Chapter 3429. Emotai said, I really don't know the exact reason, but it's not like I don't know anything about it. Oh? What do you mean? Lin Feng asked curiously. You should have heard of the Supreme Divine Court, right? Emotai asked. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the Supreme Divine Court. He knew how terrifying the Supreme Divine Court was. There were too many secrets hidden in the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng said, I do. It's said to be one of the most mysterious things in the universe. It's as mysterious as the door of everlasting life. It's said that the Supreme Divine Court has an endless amount of treasures, and the value of each treasure can be described as heaven-defying. Apart from all kinds of treasures, the Supreme Divine Court also has many heaven-defying abilities, inheritances, and even inheritances that surpass immortal techniques. The most mysterious Great Fate art can also be found in the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the most shocking thing isn't the Great Fate art. It's said that there are inheritances that surpass immortal techniques, but I don't know what kind of inheritances surpass immortal techniques. In addition, the Supreme Divine Court also records the secrets of eternal life. Emotai said, it's just as you said. There are too many secrets hidden in the Supreme Divine Court, so many that it's hard to believe. Before the end of the Xiantian era, the Supreme Divine Court had appeared once. This time, it's different from the past. When the Supreme Divine Court appeared in the past, it was difficult to pry into its secrets. But that time, it's said that the gates of the Supreme Divine Court opened wide. Some of the cultivators have entered the Supreme Celestial Court. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was really inconceivable that such a thing had happened. The Supreme Divine Court was a mysterious divine court that existed only in legends. How could it open its gates one day? He didn't know what amazing things had happened in the past. Lin Feng asked, if the gates of the Supreme Divine Court were opened, wouldn't the cultivators who entered the Supreme Divine Court obtain extraordinary things? I'm not sure. However, the Supreme Divine Court disappeared soon after, but since then, the world has been in chaos. Emotai said, I'm guessing. The reason why the world is in chaos is related to the opening of the Supreme Divine Court's door. Perhaps it's just as you said. After the door opened, those lucky cultivators who entered the Supreme Divine Court must have obtained great opportunities. The cultivators who haven't entered the Supreme Divine Court want to obtain lucky chances, so they attack the cultivators who have entered the Supreme Divine Court. But because there are too many groups attacking each other, there are more and more conflicts between the different groups. In the end, it formed that pinnacle battle. Later on, there was no way to control it at all. More and more forces were involved, and more experts were involved. Countless people died in the war. But even if a war like this happened, Xiantian life forms shouldn't have been wiped out, right? Lin Feng said. Emotai replied, actually, it's not that they're truly extinct, but that they're pretty much all dead. Xiantian life forms were born at the beginning of the world, which is why Xiantian life forms are extremely rare. Era after era passed, and Xiantian life forms fell one after another. By the time Xiantian life forms ruled over the myriad worlds, there weren't many Xiantian life forms left. After that unprecedented war, a group of Xiantian life forms fell. Another batch of Xiantian life forms has fallen, and the number of Xiantian life forms who can survive will be even fewer. That's why I said that after that war, Xiantian life forms were nearly extinct. Lin Feng said, what about the other forces? They shouldn't have suffered such great losses, right? After the Xiantian life forms era ended, the cultivation system formed over countless eras collapsed, and countless inheritances were lost. It wasn't until the immortal ancient era that the Lord of Gods came into being and created a new cultivation system. The cultivation world gradually recovered from its decline. Oh, the collapse of the previous cultivation system? Countless inheritances were lost? Something like that happened? I fell into a deep slumber, so I don't know what happened afterward. Logically speaking, even if those major powers suffered heavy losses, they shouldn't have lost their orthodoxies. Could it be that something unknown happened after that war? Emotai couldn't help but wonder. Emotai's words hit the nail on the head. Lin Feng had also suspected before. After that war, could something else have happened? Now it seemed like that might be the case. Actually, the war back then didn't cause the cultivation system to collapse and the inheritances to be lost. Instead, it was something that happened after that war that caused the cultivation system to collapse and the inheritances to be lost. As a result, the myriad worlds fell into an era of decline. Because cultivators didn't have a complete cultivation system to support them, they couldn't increase their cultivation. Therefore, after that war, one great era after another. Basically, there weren't any powerful cultivators. Until the Lord of Gods rose in the immortal ancient era. After the new cultivation system was created, everything went on the right track. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that what happened after that war must have been incomparably tragic. It's hard to imagine how much slaughter was needed to cause the cultivation system, formed over many eras, to collapse." Emotai. That's unknown. Lin Feng touched his chin and said, "I feel that it's filled with the smell of the end of the world. However, I heard that every 3,000 eras is an era, and the end of the era will be the end of the era. At that time, it will be the true end of the world. The myriad worlds will be destroyed. After the universe is destroyed, a new universe will be born and a new era will begin." Emotai said, "Now that you mention it, I also feel that what happened after that war back then felt a little like the end of the world. In fact, what you said about the end of the era being the end of the era is not accurate." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "The end of the era can happen in every era. However, it will only happen during the heyday of some eras. As there are too many powerhouses in the myriad worlds, it's very difficult to succeed. It's different at the end of the era. Although the myriad worlds will have a temporary final radiance, resulting in the emergence of a group of powerhouses, these new powerhouses are destined to not be able to change this end of the era." Emotai said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this. There were too many secrets hidden in the myriad worlds. Only then did Lin Feng realize that the world he had come into contact with was still too small. There were countless secrets in the myriad worlds. Lin Feng hadn't even come into contact with them yet. Things have already happened. We should still look forward. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 34:30. What? Do you want to enter the battlefield of the gods? Emotai asked. Lin Feng said, "That's indeed the plan." The great battle back then took place in the demon realm. Emotai said, "Demon realm? One of the 7 supreme realms of the 3,000 great realms?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. "That's right. It was in this place that the battle was too tragic. I was injured and fainted in the middle of the battle. I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if the demon realm was destroyed." Emotai continued. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was another secret, and it was a secret that would cause anyone's expression to change if they heard it. "Where is the demon realm?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "The demon realm is very mysterious. Back then, when I went to the demon realm, I followed someone else. It was difficult to find the ancient star map, and even if I did find the ancient star map, it would be difficult to find the demon realm. This is because the dozens of starry seas around the demon realm are very special. They contain powerful magnetic fields that can change the course of ancient starships." Emotai said, "Oh, dozens of starry seas are enveloped by powerful magnetic fields? Why do those starry seas have such powerful magnetic fields?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. "Back then, I heard rumors that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, died there, which is why such a powerful magnetic field was formed." Emotai. Hearing Emotai's words, Lin Feng's expression changed. Great sage, Heaven's Equal. What a familiar name. Twin stone apes. Both were heaven-defying. One became the great sage, Heaven's Equal, fighting heaven and earth. Who could compete with him? The other became the sacred battle emperor, dominating the world outside the bloody battle domain. However, after the great sage, Heaven's Equal mysteriously disappeared. There was no more news about him. No one knew where the great sage equaling heaven had gone. Lin Feng had interacted with the descendants of the sacred battle apes before. Even they didn't know where their ancestor, the great sage, heaven's equal, had gone. Now, Lin Feng heard rumors about the great sage, heaven's equal from Emotai. In his heart, how could he not be shocked? Where did you hear this news from? How credible is it? Lin Feng asked. When we went to the demon realm, we encountered a powerful magnetic field. Someone on the ancient starship mentioned that legend by chance. I can't be sure if it's trustworthy. Emotai said. Some things may not be as simple as just rumors coming from nowhere. Lin Feng said. Emotai said, that is indeed the case. Since there are such rumors, perhaps the great sage equaling heaven really did go to that place. Lin Feng and Emotai chatted for a long time. He learned a lot of secrets from Emotai. Lin Feng obtained some of the answers he wanted, but he also learned a lot of new secrets, which added a lot of questions to his heart. Naturally, the two of them couldn't continue chatting like this. There would be plenty of time in the future to ask Magic Iron what had happened in the past. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to finish cultivating the 100 types of 3,000 Great Dao that he had just obtained. If he cultivated these 3,000 Great Daos, his savings would increase greatly once again. Combat strength. He would definitely be greatly improved. Lin Feng began his seclusion. One by one, Lin Feng successfully cultivated the 3,000 Great Daos. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had cultivated too many of the 3,000 Great Daos. Therefore, now, Lin Feng's speed of cultivating these 3,000 Great Daos had also increased greatly. If it was in the past, it would take more than a year to complete 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos. If it was slow, it might take several years to complete it. And now, Lin Feng only spent half a year to successfully cultivate 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos. After successfully cultivating another 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos, Lin Feng felt that his life had undergone a sublimation. That kind of feeling was too comfortable. This time, not only did his strength increase greatly, his Great Dao foundation was also stronger. Now, Lin Feng's divine thought moved. He could even create a powerful divine ability that was not inferior to an emperor technique. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Great Wish technique that the Red World Fairy cultivated back then. That was truly an unparalleled divine ability, both ancient and modern. But it was said that the Great Wish technique was even harder to cultivate than the Great Destiny technique. Because, to cultivate the Great Wish technique, one needed to have the courage to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the world. This was something that very few people could achieve. To be willing to die for the sake of the world was really too much. Many cultivators did their best to contribute their strength for the sake of the world. It was just like what Lin Feng had done in the continent of the 9 provinces. But, if those people did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the world, probably no one could do such a thing. Even Lin Feng could not do it, because Lin Feng carried too many responsibilities. Of course, Lin Feng had not yet obtained the Great Wish technique, so it was still unknown whether he could cultivate the Great Wish technique. Maybe Lin Feng would be able to find another way to practice the Great Aspiration technique? After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng left the ancient forest. He came to an ancient city called Azure Dragon City. This ancient city was one of the 10 ancient cities of the 9 Mysteries Great World. After coming here, Lin Feng heard a lot of news about the 9 Mysteries Fallen Immortal Domain. More than half of the great emperors who entered the 9 Mysteries Fallen Immortal Domain died. Only a small number of great emperors escaped. This matter caused a huge uproar. According to rumors, even the experts of the Celestial Clan from the Undying World came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to find out the truth. The experts from the Undying World were personally sent by the Celestial Emperor. No one knew what they were called, but it was said that this person's surname was Emperor. Obviously, he was not from the same faction as Tian Wuya. This person should be an expert from the Celestial Emperor's clan. However, the outside world did not know much about this expert. Besides, there was another matter that caused a heated discussion. It was said that someone found the hiding place of the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants, and a great battle broke out. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen were slaughtered in large numbers, and only a small number of them escaped. Now that the Starry Sky world was sealed by many great forces, the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants could not escape. Therefore, The Nine Mysteries Realm Master's descendants were still hiding in the Nine Mysteries Great World. Many great forces sent more cultivators to search for the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's descendants. The Celestial Emperor's envoy has arrived. The Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen have been discovered. These two matters were very important, and they even spread to other starfields. More and more experts gathered around the area. The Nine Mysteries Realm Master was born lowly. It is said that he was just a coachman. He was able to rise because of that supreme treasure. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant when he overheard the conversation of the cultivators at the next table. Chapter 34-31. Lin Feng listened attentively to their conversation. At this time, another cultivator said, "The Nine Mysteries Realm Master's background is so lowly? This is the first time I've heard of this. Is this reliable?" Of course it's reliable. It's absolutely true. Back then, one of my ancestors knew the Nine Mysteries Realm Master. It's just that after the Nine Mysteries Realm Master rose, he changed his name. Many people don't know about the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's past, and those who know don't dare to say much, afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, if it wasn't for the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's death, I would have buried these words in my heart and not dared to say it. That cultivator said, "Don't ask about the background of a hero." At this time, another person said. The others nodded in agreement. These words were indeed very reasonable. Since ancient times, there were many cultivators with poor backgrounds, but their cultivation was so strong that it was unbelievable. Such cultivators. There were simply too many to count. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng left the restaurant. He planned to find a place to stay first. Then, he would have a good rest. Lin Feng was really too tired now. Soon, Lin Feng found a good inn to stay in. He slept for a while. This sleep lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. After waking up, Lin Feng immediately felt refreshed. He went out to continue to inquire about the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen. Lin Feng was also very interested in the supreme treasure in the hands of the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen. What kind of supreme treasure was passed down from the supreme celestial court? He had never seen the real thing. Lin Feng didn't dare to make any guesses. But he wasn't able to find much useful information. The Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Many cultivators were searching for their whereabouts, but they still didn't find anything. On this day, a big piece of news spread throughout Azure Dragon City. This news was about the Celestial Emperor's envoy. It was said that the Celestial Emperor's envoy was about to arrive in Azure Dragon City. The news spread very quickly, and it spread through the streets and alleys. Then, this news quickly spread to other places. The Celestial Emperor was the ruler of the Undying World, the #1 world of the 3,000 great worlds. High and mighty, he cast a sidelong glance at the heavens. In addition, the Celestial Arch was a cultivator of the heavenly human tribe. His status was simply too extraordinary. Countless people, countless forces. Even in his dreams, he wanted to befriend the Celestial Emperor. But now, they saw such an opportunity. The arrival of the Sky Emperor in the Nine Mysteries world was the best opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find such a good opportunity again. Lin Feng also paid some attention to this matter. Back then, because of Di Wudao, Lin Feng and the Celestial Emperor's bloodline were absolutely irreconcilable. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had yet to reach a level where he could contend against Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor's clan. Therefore now, Lin Feng couldn't expose himself yet. At this stage, what Lin Feng needed to do was to continuously increase his strength. The only thing that mattered was strength. Only then could he think about revenge. If he wasn't strong enough, he would seek revenge. In the end, he failed in his revenge. Moreover, he had also died. On this day, Lin Feng saw a terrifying cultivator on his way back from the 100 Days Pavilion. The cultivator was dressed in white, and his body was surrounded by an indescribable immortal chi. He was incomparably otherworldly and extraordinary. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at the cultivator. "You can see me?" the cultivator asked when he came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was shocked. What did this cultivator mean? Could others not see him? Lin Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and said, I can see you. The cultivator took a deep look at Lin Feng and then left. A day later, news quickly spread throughout Azure Dragon City. The Celestial Emperor's envoy had arrived. He was now drinking in the Azure Dragon Pavilion. After this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators quickly rushed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Azure Dragon Pavilion. It was the most high-end restaurant in Azure Dragon City. The consumption here was extremely high. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it at all. It was said that the prices of the things sold here were calculated in immortal stones. Therefore, one could imagine how astonishing the value of the things in the Azure Dragon Pavilion was. Now, there was a sea of people outside the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Many major forces had arrived and wanted to enter the Azure Dragon Pavilion. However, they were stopped by the guards outside. They were the guards brought by the Celestial Emperor. Each of them had a powerful aura and an unfathomable cultivation base. The Azure Dragon Pavilion had already been booked by the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor didn't want others to disturb him. However, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Lin Feng stood in the distance, waiting for the Celestial Emperor to appear. Lin Feng also wanted to see what kind of powerful figure the Celestial Emperor was. Many forces were like Lin Feng, waiting for the Celestial Emperor to come. However, their purpose was different from Lin Feng's. They were waiting for the Celestial Emperor to come because they wanted to curry favor with the Celestial Emperor. Not long after, Tian Wuya arrived. Tian Wuya of the Tian family of the Celestial Clan requests to see Senior. Tian Wuya sat outside. He was an extremely arrogant person. Now, he was extremely respectful to the Celestial Emperor in the Azure Dragon Pavilion. It seemed that the Celestial Emperor's identity was definitely extraordinary. Come in. At this moment, a voice came from the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Tian Wuya immediately entered the Azure Dragon Pavilion. To be able to represent the Celestial Emperor outside, this Celestial Emperor's envoy was definitely the Celestial Emperor's trusted aide. There were rumors. The Celestial Emperor was very likely a cultivator who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Therefore, even in the Celestial Clan, he had a pivotal position. Lin Feng didn't know if this rumor was true. However, the Celestial Emperor was definitely an extremely terrifying existence who could represent the Celestial Emperor to patrol the heavens. His cultivation base must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to patrol the heavens on behalf of the Celestial Emperor, because if he wasn't strong enough, it was very likely that he would be killed while patrolling the heavens on behalf of the Celestial Emperor. In the evening, everyone finally saw what the Celestial Emperor's envoy looked like. The Celestial Emperor's envoy drank for half a day before coming out of seclusion. He was dressed in white and had a special aura about him. That temperament made him look otherworldly and extraordinary. It's actually him. When Lin Feng saw the Celestial Emperor's envoy, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Lin Feng had seen the Celestial Emperor's envoy before. It was no one else. It was the mysterious man that Lin Feng had seen before. That man had asked Lin Feng, "Can you see me?" Lin Feng didn't expect this. Chapter 34-32. After the Celestial Emperor came out, the crowd immediately erupted. "My lord, we are from the long family of the Demon Dragon Starfield. We have specially prepared a 152-million-year-old blood god for you to replenish your chi and blood. My lord, we are from the Nalan family of the Wild Wolf Starfield. We have specially prepared a sun immortal crystal for you. We hope it can help you." After the Celestial Emperor's envoy appeared, a dense crowd of cultivators surrounded him. Everyone was talking at once. They wanted to curry favor with the Celestial Emperor's envoy. "Everyone, I already know your intentions, but it's not convenient to communicate here. Everyone can go to the City Lord's mansion. I will be staying there for the time being," the Celestial Emperor's envoy said. "Everyone, please make way." The Celestial Emperor's guard shouted in a deep voice. Naturally, no one dared to stop the Celestial Emperor's envoy. Everyone made way for the Celestial Emperor's envoy. The Celestial Emperor's envoy left with Tian Wuya and the others. A large number of cultivators rushed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. I originally thought that the Celestial Emperor's envoy would be an extremely arrogant person and would not interact with the cultivators of the lower forces, but now it seems that this is not the case. The Celestial Emperor's envoy seems to be very flexible. That's right. The Celestial Emperor's envoy is indeed very flexible, and I feel that this Celestial Emperor's appetite is not small. This is a chance to make a fortune. Many people could not help but discuss. It was indeed as those people had said. This was a chance to make a fortune. The Celestial Emperor's envoy seemed to have seized this opportunity to make a fortune. Perhaps, no matter who was the Celestial Emperor's envoy, they would not easily let go of this opportunity to make a fortune, right? Lin Feng didn't stop. He continued walking towards his residence. However, Lin Feng did not notice that when he returned to his residence, he was being watched. When the cultivators in the dark saw Lin Feng, their eyes flashed with killing intent. About 3 days later, there was an important news. In the southern region of the Nine Mysteries Great World, someone had found clues about the Nine Mysteries Great World's Master's clan. Therefore, a large number of cultivators were flying toward the southern region of the Nine Mysteries Great World. The Nine Mysteries Great World was a special place where the laws of heaven and earth imprisoned the void teleportation restrictions. Therefore, there were no space-time transmission formations or wormholes in the Nine Mysteries world. They could only rely on flying to travel. After hearing that the Nine Mysteries World Lord's clansmen had appeared in the southern territory, Lin Feng decided to head there to take a look. Regardless of whether or not he could obtain the supreme treasure that the Nine Mystical Realm Lord had obtained from the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng wanted to work hard for once. Even if he failed, there was nothing to regret. After Lin Feng left Azure Dragon City, he quickly flew in the direction of the southern region. The Nine Mysteries world was divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. Currently, Lin Feng was in the northern region. If he were to fly, even with Lin Feng's speed, it would still take him a month to reach the southern region. Lin Feng didn't stop. He was as fast as lightning. He quickly flew towards the southern domain. However, on the way, Lin Feng was attacked by someone else. When he passed by a mountain forest, numerous killing formations were activated. Then, those killing formations launched an extremely fierce attack on Lin Feng. The terrifying attack instantly attacked Lin Feng. It could be described as destroying heaven and earth. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. Someone actually attacked him on the way. Lin Feng didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. When the dense barrage of attacks came crashing down on him, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng quickly took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. He activated the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to block the attack of the formation. Then, Lin Feng used the formation cracking technique to quickly crack open the killing formation here. He charged out of the Absolute Kill Grand Array. "Who is it? Get out here!" Lin Feng shouted with a gloomy expression. Fortunately, his research on formations was extremely profound. Or else, it was too dangerous just now. "Kid, not bad. I actually let you escape this calamity." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a cultivator stepped out of the void. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng had seen that cultivator before. It was the cultivator who took the stone pagoda treasure on the 2nd floor of the stone pagoda. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of this thin cultivator. Although this person was only in the God Emperor realm, he had the all-energy absorption body. This body constitution was extremely powerful and terrifying. It could swallow any attack of others and store it in its body. Then, it could release those attacks. Of course, those attacks couldn't be stored indefinitely. Usually, they could be stored for 3 days. Within 3 days, the stored attacks had to be released. Otherwise, those attacks would dissipate on their own. Of course, even if they could be stored for 3 days. That was shocking enough. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the thin cultivator and said indifferently, "Why did you attack me?" The thin cultivator sneered and said, "Naturally, it's because I want something that doesn't belong to you." Although he was only in the God Emperor realm, because he had the all-energy absorption body, he was extremely arrogant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he considered everyone else beneath him. Lin Feng said indifferently, Everything I have naturally belongs to me. Those who dare to covet my things will eventually become corpses. Is that so? I'd like to see what qualifications you have to boast so shamelessly. The thin cultivator sneered and released an extremely tyrannical divine ability. This divine ability was extremely powerful. It condensed an army of thousands of men and horses and charged toward Lin Feng to crush him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used the demon ancestor's sacred fist. The appearance of the demon ancestor instantly broke the army's attack. The demon ancestor's sacred fist was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. After breaking the opponent's divine ability, the demon ancestor's phantom quickly charged toward the thin cultivator. However, when the demon ancestor's phantom touched the thin cultivator's body, it was instantly swallowed by the thin cultivator. After seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Previously, he had seen this cultivator's body swallowing attacks. Now, he had personally experienced this situation. It's useless. No matter how strong your divine ability is, it can't hurt this seat. Seeing that your talent and cultivation are not bad, this seat can take you as a slave. Now, kneel in front of this seat and kowtow to this seat. This seat will spare your life. Chapter 34-33. When Lin Feng saw the skinny cultivator's arrogant expression, he couldn't help but want to kill him. This person was extremely arrogant when he was in the stone tower. But at that time, this person did not provoke Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng could not be bothered to argue with him. But now, this thin cultivator had provoked Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was not the kind of person who liked to cause trouble, if anyone dared to offend him, they would definitely not have a good ending. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think your all-energy absorption body is invincible? It's okay to be arrogant, but you can't be too stupid. Lin Feng looked at the thin cultivator with an indifferent expression. His face was full of sarcasm. Lin Feng's disdainful expression made the skinny cultivator extremely angry. The thin cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly. He said coldly, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the thin cultivator leaped out. He directly charged toward Lin Feng. This time, the thin cultivator used the demon ancestor's sacred fist that Lin Feng had used before. He had just devoured the demon ancestor's phantom. Therefore, he was able to use this divine ability now. Lin Feng naturally knew how powerful the demon ancestor's sacred fist was. Lin Feng used the demon-worshipping gods painting to counter the attack of the demon-worshipping gods. Then, he instantly broke the demon ancestor's sacred fist. Next, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the thin cultivator. This thin cultivator's all-energy absorption body was indeed extremely terrifying. It could devour any attack. However, the attack referred to here was an attack using magic power to activate the divine ability. It did not include physical attacks. Physical attacks were punches to the flesh. They were purely physical attacks. The all-energy absorption body could not devour such attacks. After all, a physical collision was a head-on collision. The all-energy absorption body could not absorb such a head-on collision. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect constitution. Even Lin Feng's immortal physique and sovereign physique had their flaws. The all-energy absorption body was naturally extremely powerful. However, it was not without its flaws. Its weakness was that it could devour all kinds of divine abilities, but it couldn't defend against physical attacks. If it could devour all kinds of divine abilities and dissolve physical attacks at the same time, that was too perfect. As the saying goes, the great Tao is flawed. Only then could the inheritance be passed on. The great Tao was flawless. He was destined to be annihilated. This meant that it was very difficult to pass down those perfect great Taos. The heavenly Tao would not allow such a great Tao to be passed down. There would be all kinds of situations that would destroy this great Tao. Only the flawed great paths could continue to be passed down. If the all-energy absorption body was a perfect and flawless physique, then it would be impossible for him to defeat the all-energy absorption body. They would never appear in the world again. Seeing that Lin Feng was trying to get close to him quickly, Yizichen was shocked. The skinny cultivator's face sank. He knew what his weakness was. His fleshly body was his weakness, so this skinny cultivator would generally not engage in a physical battle with others. When he saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, he was shocked. The skinny cultivator naturally would not give Lin Feng a chance to get close to him. However, this was not something the skinny cultivator could decide. Lin Feng was too fast. The skinny cultivator's speed was much slower than Lin Feng's. Therefore, the distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. In order to prevent Lin Feng from getting close to him, the skinny cultivator unleashed a series of powerful attacks at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Where's the arrogance from before? I didn't understand what a stray dog meant at first, but now that I've seen your current state, I finally understand what a stray dog means." Upon hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the skinny cultivator was almost angered to death. His expression became increasingly unsightly. "You'll be crying later," the skinny cultivator said coldly. He continued to release powerful divine abilities to attack Lin Feng, but all the attacks he released were neutralized by Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's current battle strength, unless the skinny cultivator absorbed the divine ability attack of an Emperor Sect cultivator or above, only then would Lin Feng be wary. Or else, he couldn't threaten Lin Feng at all. Seeing his divine abilities being neutralized by Lin Feng, the skinny cultivator's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach the skinny cultivator. When Lin Feng came to the skinny cultivator's side, suddenly, a black light flew out from the skinny cultivator's body. That black light, in an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng and stabbed towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng saw what that black light was. That black light turned out to be a black thorn as thick as a strand of hair. He didn't know what material it was made of. After being taken out by the skinny cultivator, it shook out waves of terrifying fluctuations. That black thorn-like treasure was about to pierce through Lin Feng's head. At this moment, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Clang! A sonorous collision sound suddenly rang out. All of a sudden, the black thorn-like magic treasure was directly bounced away by Lin Feng. Die! A cold voice suddenly rang out. The skinny cultivator wanted to take advantage of the time when Lin Feng sent the black thorn magic treasure flying to kill Lin Feng. However, the skinny cultivator didn't get what he wanted, because Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. After he sent the black thorn magic treasure flying, he quickly threw a punch at the skinny cultivator. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator collided. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The skinny cultivator's arm was directly broken when he collided with Lin Feng. White bones were instantly exposed. "Ah!" the skinny cultivator screamed. Lin Feng's punch severely injured the skinny cultivator. The power of Lin Feng's terrifying punch didn't diminish. It continued to bombard the skinny cultivator. Bang! Another violent collision sound rang out. This time, the skinny cultivator's body directly exploded. Lin Feng originally thought that the skinny cultivator would die without a doubt. But soon his expression changed slightly, because it wasn't the skinny cultivator's body that was killed. It was a puppet. This was the puppet technique. At the critical moment of life and death, the skinny cultivator used the puppet technique. He died on behalf of his body. In the end, he dodged Lin Feng's sure kill attack. Swish! With a flash of light, the skinny cultivator appeared hundreds of meters away. "Kid, just you wait, I won't let you go. I'll make you die miserably." The skinny cultivator looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Before running away, the skinny cultivator didn't forget to threaten Lin Feng. After saying that, the skinny cultivator quickly rushed into the distance. Chapter 34-34. Originally, Lin Feng thought that it would be easy to catch up to the skinny cultivator, but he never thought. The skinny cultivator's speed was much faster than he had imagined. The skinny cultivator's speed was simply like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that it was inconceivable. Even Lin Feng was shocked. That's not right. This isn't his original speed. This guy used a talisman. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong, because he saw a talisman on each of the skinny cultivator's shoes. Those two talismans were simply too extraordinary. Once activated, it could greatly increase the user's speed. Right now, the skinny cultivator's speed had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, it would not be easy for the skinny cultivator to shake off Lin Feng, because Lin Feng's speed was also very fast. After the skinny cultivator's speed increased to the limit, although Lin Feng could not catch up to the skinny cultivator, the distance between the two of them had always been more than 1,000 meters. Lin Feng believed he would definitely be able to catch up to the skinny cultivator, because the power of the talisman would soon be exhausted. The skinny cultivator's face was extremely gloomy. Being chased by Lin Feng all over the world, the skinny cultivator was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He wished he could directly slap Lin Feng to death. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him, so for the time being, he had to think of a way to get rid of Lin Feng. Both sides, one fled and one chased. What made Lin Feng speechless was that the skinny cultivator had more than 2 talismans that increased his speed. Because after the first 2 talismans were destroyed, the skinny cultivator took out 2 more talismans. I should be the one to deal with this guy. At this time, Emotai flew out from the mountain river ring. Can you catch up to this guy? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I can't catch up, but if I give you a punch with all my strength, then I'll increase my speed to the limit. With the support of your punch, catching up to that guy should be as easy as blowing off dust. Emotai said. How terrifying was the strength of Lin Feng's arm of the dragon and elephant sixfold. If he attacked with all his might, he would indeed be able to form a powerful support force. All right, Lin Feng nodded. Then, he raised his fist. Then, he attacked with all his strength. He threw a punch. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng's monstrous fist violently crashed onto the demonic iron. After receiving the support of Lin Feng's punch, the speed of the magic iron was extremely fast. Piercing through the void, he quickly rushed towards the skinny cultivator who was running away. Ha ha, the speed is too fast. Emotai couldn't help but shout excitedly. Hearing Emotai's voice, the lanky cultivator who was running away reflexively turned around to see Emotai rushing towards him. The skinny cultivator's expression suddenly changed. However, the skinny cultivator quickly regained his composure. He opened his hand. Boundless dermic powers surged out, and huge stars revolved around his palm. The thin cultivator sent a palm strike towards Emotai. However, the skinny cultivator's attack was actually dodged by Emotai. In the end, the skinny cultivator's attack hit the air. Emotai instantly rushed in front of the skinny cultivator. He fiercely crashed into the skinny cultivator's body. Kacha sounds could be heard. Who knew how many bones in the skinny cultivator's body were broken? Wah! In midair, the skinny cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Lin Feng had already flown over. He sneered at the skinny cultivator and said, Now, it's time for everything to end. Are you ready to die? As his voice fell, Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to attack the skinny cultivator. Now that the skinny cultivator was severely injured and had his aura completely locked by Lin Feng, there was no way for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. The skinny cultivator couldn't help but shout, Do you know who I am? Obviously, the skinny cultivator wanted to say the power behind him to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give the skinny cultivator a chance at all. His right hand directly slashed out a sword chi. That dazzling sword chi tore through the void. It slashed towards the skinny cultivator. The sword chi instantly arrived in front of the skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator condensed a golden defensive light shield. He wanted to use this golden defensive light shield to block Lin Feng's attack. Poochie! A tearing sound suddenly came out. The golden energy light shield couldn't block Lin Feng's attack at all. The sword chi that was slashed out by Lin Feng was instantly torn apart. Then, the sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out cut the skinny cultivator's body in half. Lin Feng took the skinny cultivator's storage ring and then flicked his finger. The flames burned fiercely. The skinny cultivator was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, and Lin Feng quickly left this place. This little bastard's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. A gloomy voice suddenly came from the mountain forest, and then a figure appeared. The existence that appeared looked at Lin Feng with resentment. But that existence didn't stop and quickly left this place. After killing the skinny cultivator, Lin Feng planned to find a place to take a good look at the items in the skinny cultivator's storage ring. Back then, the skinny cultivator took the 3 treasures on the second floor of the stone pagoda. It was really unexpected. Those 3 treasures finally fell into Lin Feng's hands after circling around. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know what those 3 treasures were for now. Lin Feng found a cave. He entered the cave and set up a few concealment restrictions. Then, he took out the skinny cultivator's storage ring. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the storage ring. What a big storage ring! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The skinny cultivator's storage ring was extremely large. Although it wasn't as large as Lin Feng's mountain river ring, it was still very large. However, the size of the storage ring also formed an extremely large space. The cultivator who refined this storage ring was definitely a terrifying expert. He must be extremely proficient in the study of the Tao of space. That's why he was able to refine such a large storage ring. There were many good things piled up inside the storage ring. For example, there were mountains made up of supreme-grade origin crystals in the storage ring. It was quite shocking. Lin Feng even found a mountain made up entirely of immortal stones. Adding those immortal stones together, there were at least 1 million of them. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked, because the amount of immortal stones in this guy's storage ring was actually more than the amount in his mountain river ring. He didn't know how this guy got so many immortal stones. There were also many treasures in the storage ring. For example, all kinds of natural treasures, immortal iron, immortal stones, and so on. Roar. Chapter 34-35. When he heard that low roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Why was there a beast roar in the storage ring? Could it be? Could it be that the skinny cultivator had raised a powerful beast? Not long after, a flame beast rushed out from the depths of the storage ring. The flame beast's body was more than 10 meters long. It looked like a tiger, but its body was covered in black scales. The head of the flaming beast was rather strange. It had a single horn, a large bloody mouth, and 3 eyes. Its head was like a dragon but not a dragon, like a tiger but not a tiger. After seeing that terrifying creature, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That ferocious beast was actually a flame beast. The fire beast was a terrifying beast born from the flames. This kind of beast was born with the extraordinary ability to control flames. This kind of beast's attack power was very powerful. It was rumored that even a beast like Qiongqi was not a match for the fire beast. Of course, these were only rumors after all. As for whether the rumors were true or not, Lin Feng didn't know. Because before this, Lin Feng had never seen a beast like the fire beast. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a fire beast. The aura of the fire beast in front of him was extremely terrifying. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. This fire beast didn't seem to be a real fire beast. It was formed from a drop of treasure blood. Lin Feng's soul turned into Lu Ya's star chart and suppressed the fire beast. Although the fire beast was powerful, it couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. In the end, the fire beast's body directly exploded. It turned into a drop of blood surrounded by treasure light. It's really a beast's treasure blood. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The blood of a terrifying beast like the fire beast was incomparably precious. It could greatly increase a cultivator's combat power. If he was lucky, the blood of the fire beast would even contain the supreme technique of the fire beast race. Lin Feng sealed the fire beast's blood in a porcelain bottle. When he broke through to the Emperor realm, he could refine this drop of blood. This could increase Lin Feng's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's divine sense began to search for other treasures. What he needed to find the most were the 3 treasures on the second floor of the stone tower. What is that? Lin Feng's spiritual force found something inside the storage ring. He saw 3 things. The first item was a scythe-type magic treasure. The magic treasure was densely covered with runes. Those runes were very mysterious and complicated. Moreover, the power of those runes was also very strong. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Those runes. It was actually the Nether rune. That scythe-type Dharma treasure should be a Dharma treasure from the underworld. Grim Reaper's scythe. That treasure should be the death god's scythe. The demon lord said, What? The Grim Reaper's scythe? This treasure is the Grim Reaper's scythe? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Grim Reaper is actually a title from the era of conferred gods. The first generation of Grim Reapers was the strongest, and every generation of Grim Reapers would forge their own Grim Reaper's scythe. I wonder which Grim Reaper of the era of conferred gods forged this Grim Reaper's scythe? The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, What level of treasure is the Grim Reaper's scythe? The treasures of the era of conferred gods are categorized differently from the treasures of this era. It's like the difference between two cultivation systems. However, even if the categorization is different, I'm guessing that the Grim Reaper's scythe's power has already surpassed that of an Emperor weapon. Of course, I can't say for sure. After all, each generation of Grim Reaper's scythe's power is different. I wonder which Grim Reaper refined the Grim Reaper's scythe you obtained? I wonder what level the Grim Reaper refined the Grim Reaper's scythe to? The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, What's so special about this Grim Reaper's scythe? The Demon Lord said, Like any other treasures, the Grim Reaper's scythe can unleash its own attacks. However, the scythe's most powerful aspect is its ability to deal damage to spirits and ghosts. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is the god of death. That's why the Grim Reaper is the nemesis of all spirits and ghosts. Lin Feng said, It seems like this Grim Reaper's scythe is one of the 3 treasures in the stone tower. Lin Feng looked at the second treasure. The second treasure was actually a bone. It was a green bone. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a bone of this color, and he couldn't help but feel curious. The bone's color was simply too strange. A green bone. What kind of creature's bone was this? Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng carefully observed the green bone, but he couldn't see any runes on it. He also couldn't sense any fluctuations from it. Thus, this green bone looked very ordinary. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would pay attention to it. However, Lin Feng guessed that this green bone was one of the 3 treasures on the second floor of the stone tower. That was why the skinny cultivator had placed it beside the Grim Reaper's scythe. Since the green bone was placed on the second floor of the stone tower, it meant that it was definitely extraordinary. However, at this stage, Lin Feng still couldn't discover anything special about the green bone. Demon Lord, do you recognize this green bone? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said, I don't recognize it. I've never seen or heard of such a bone before. It's indeed strange. I wonder what kind of creature's bone it is. Even the Demon Lord didn't know about the green bone. Thus, Lin Feng skipped past the green bone and looked at the third treasure. The third treasure was a scroll. Lin Feng opened the scroll. He discovered that there was nothing on the scroll. It was a blank scroll. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng didn't understand. A blank scroll was placed on the second floor of the stone tower. What's the origin of this scroll? Lin Feng was puzzled. He tried to use his divine sense to enter the scroll. He carefully sensed the scroll. However, Lin Feng failed. His divine sense couldn't enter the scroll at all. This scroll's material is very special, the Demon Lord said. Lin Feng also discovered that the scroll's material was indeed very special. He even tried to tear the scroll apart. However, he discovered that the scroll was extremely sturdy. Lin Feng had such great strength, but he couldn't tear the scroll apart. It was truly inconceivable. Thus, this scroll was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng withdrew his divine sense from the storage ring. The 3 treasures on the second floor of the stone tower. The Grim Reaper's scythe, the green bone, the mysterious scroll. Apart from the death god's scythe, the green bone and the mysterious scroll were filled with too many unknowns. Perhaps one day, he would be able to unravel the secrets of these 2 treasures. However, for now, Lin Feng couldn't unravel the secrets of these 2 treasures. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued flying toward the southern region. Half a month later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the southern region. After arriving, he heard about the 9 Mysteries World's Masters clan. The clan's master had been found again. Chapter 34-36. The descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord had also been through many hardships and battles. Not many of them had survived. But Lin Feng didn't sympathize with those people. When the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord descended upon the 9 continents, countless people had died in his hands. Now, the descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord had ended up like this. It was all karma. There were many experts in the southern region. All the major factions were searching for the descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord. However, the southern region was vast and filled with ancient forests. Therefore, it was not an easy task to find the whereabouts of a few people in the vast and boundless southern mountain range. After Lin Feng arrived, he used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce their approximate location. Not long after, Lin Feng managed to deduce their approximate location. The Firmament Ancient Forest was one of the largest primeval forests in the southern region. There were many terrifying creatures living in this ancient forest. Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of the Firmament Ancient Forest. This was the location he had deduced. Where in the Firmament Ancient Forest? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Previously, although he had roughly guessed the other party's location, it was difficult for him to determine where they were hiding. After all, Lin Feng's innate 8 trigrams had not reached a high level yet. He flew towards the depths of the Firmament Ancient Forest. That night, a violent vibration came from the depths of the forest. Lin Feng, who was resting, was alerted. There are cultivators fighting. Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly flew towards the direction of the vibration. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the location of the battle. Dozens of Emperor Realm experts were attacking 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators were 2 old men and a young man. All 3 of them were Emperor Realm experts. Wang Zijuan, hand over that thing and I'll give you a quick death. At this moment, a cultivator's cold voice suddenly sounded. The cultivator's eyes flashed with killing intent. The cultivator called Wang Zijuan was the one who looked quite young. The cultivator's life aura was around 30,000 years old. However, his cultivation was already at the Imperial Emperor realm. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, it was natural that he could be considered to be at the pinnacle. His future was even brighter. However, it was obvious that they were besieged by dozens of great emperors. There was no longer any hope of escape. Even if he had to hand over that supreme treasure, these people were still dead. Ever since this top power made a move on the clansmen of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord, the cultivators from these top forces had already made up their minds to slaughter all the people from the 9 Mysteries world. It was impossible for them to let go of such a talented and powerful cultivator like Wang Zijuan. After all, if he really let Wang Zijuan go, who knew what would happen in the future? I would rather die in battle than submit. Wang Zijuan's eyes were filled with boundless hatred. He stared helplessly at his fellow clansmen being killed. There was only hatred in Wang Zijuan's heart. Everyone, let's kill the 3 of them with all our might. Someone suggested. These great emperors of different strengths clearly planned to kill Wang Zijuan and the other 2 before fighting for the supreme treasure. Good. Attack. The other great emperors nodded in agreement. Then, these experts made their move. Divine abilities that could destroy the heavens and earth condensed one after another. These divine abilities, all of them charged towards Wang Zijuan and the other 2. Wang Zijuan and the other 2 were already severely injured. Therefore, there was no way they could resist the siege of dozens of great emperors. Juner, leave quickly. Livewell. At this time, the 2 old emperors beside Wang Zijuan shouted loudly. Their voices were filled with endless sorrow. These were the 2 elders of the 9 Mysteries Worlds clan. Now, these 2 elders' bodies were burning fiercely. They flew towards those cultivators. Boom, boom. These 2 elders did not hesitate to self-destruct their bodies. One of the 2 elders was a cultivator at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. The other was a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. He was very powerful. Now, the power of the self-destruction of these 2 elders was extremely terrifying. The aftermath of the self-destruction instantly destroyed the divine ability attacks of dozens of great emperors. Seeing the 2 elders self-destruct, Wang Zijuan's eyes were about to split open. Blood almost came out of his eyes. His heart was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to cut the surrounding great emperors into pieces. Retreat quickly. When the dozens of great emperors saw the self-destruction of the two elders of the Wang family, their expressions changed greatly and they quickly retreated. They avoided the self-destruction of the two elders. However, not everyone successfully avoided the self-destruction of the two elders of the Wang family. 5 or 6 great emperors were directly killed by the explosion. There were also dozens of cultivators who were severely injured. The self-destruction of the two elders tore a hole in the encirclement. Wang Zijuan took advantage of this opportunity to quickly rush into the distance. Wang Zijuan's speed increased to the maximum. This is not good. The surrounding great emperors' faces darkened. They did not want to let Wang Zijuan escape so easily again, because it would be very difficult to find Wang Zijuan, and they did not know if there would be any changes in the future. I must become stronger. I must avenge my clansmen. After Wang Zijuan rushed out of the encirclement, his heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to avenge his family. However, at this moment, an immortal sword tore through the void and instantly appeared above Wang Zijuan. Then, the immortal sword slashed at Wang Zijuan. Faced with the immortal sword's attack, Wang Zijuan could not dodge in time. Poochie! The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. Blood splattered. Wang Zijuan's body was cut in half at the waist. Wang Zijuan let out an incomparably shrill cry. He hurriedly let his life force slip away quickly. Wang Zijuan did not want to die, but his body was cut in half at the waist. Wang Zijuan knew that there was no way he could reverse the situation. Just a moment ago, he was complacent and wanted to improve his cultivation base. He wanted to take revenge in the future. However, those things were destined to never be achieved. A cultivator stepped out of the void. That cultivator was the one who used the immortal sword to cut Wang Zijuan in half. That cultivator was not anyone else. It was the heavenly human cultivator, Tian Wuya. Tian Wuya's expression was indifferent. He wanted to rush forward and finish off Wang Zijuan once and for all. But at this moment, the void around Wang Zijuan trembled slightly. Lin Feng stepped out of the void. Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magic power surged out and enveloped Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan was kept in Lin Feng's mountain river ring. It's you. Chapter 34-37. Previously, Lin Feng and Tian Wuya had a conflict. Relying on Tian Wuya's incomparably arrogant personality, he wished that he could tear Lin Feng into pieces. It was just that he had not found a chance to attack. Now, just as he was about to kill Wang Zijuan and obtain the supreme treasure from the supreme divine court, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. He kept the heavily injured and dying Wang Zijuan into the mountain river ring. New hatred and old hatred were added together. Tian Wuya's hatred for Lin Feng was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. It was also like the overflowing yellow river that could not be stopped. Lin Feng looked at Tian Wuya mockingly and completely ignored him. He turned around and quickly flew into the distance. Was there anything more infuriating than directly ignoring the opponent? Now, Lin Feng had directly ignored Tian Wuya. This was something that the incomparably arrogant Tian Wuya could not accept at all. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Feng again and again. Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. I want your life. Tian Wuya roared in exasperation. In fact, Tian Wuya could be considered a scheming person. It was just that. He had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lin Feng. It had completely messed up Tian Wuya's state of mind. Capture that brat. We must skin him alive. One by one, great emperors flew over from afar, all of them filled with killing intent. With so many great emperors, plus Tian Wuya, Lin Feng naturally would not stay behind to fight a life and death battle with these people. That would be too much of a loss. Moreover, Lin Feng had kept the heavily injured and dying Wang Zijuan into the mountain river ring. That item from the Supreme Divine Court already belonged to Lin Feng. Therefore, there was even less need for Lin Feng to stay behind to fight to the death with this group of great emperors. Lin Feng increased his speed to the maximum. Tian Wuya and the others could not catch up to Lin Feng at all. The group of people gnashed their teeth in anger, but Lin Feng still managed to escape unscathed. After getting rid of the group of strong cultivators, Lin Feng found a secluded cave. Then, he entered the cave. He casually set up a few restrictions and sealed the entrance of the cave. After doing this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Shua! With a wave of his right hand, a light flashed. Instantly, Wang Zijuan flew out. Wang Zijuan was lying on the ground. His body was still bleeding, and he was on the verge of death. I don't want to save you. My goal is that treasure, Lin Feng said to Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan said weakly, I know. However, dying here is much better than dying in the hands of those people. Lin Feng didn't say a word. Wang Zijuan's flame of life could be extinguished at any moment. His life had come to an end. Therefore, Lin Feng was waiting for Wang Zijuan to finally die. Although directly ending Wang Zijuan could save some time, Lin Feng did not do so. Who are you? Wang Zijuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng was able to snatch him from the hands of so many experts and successfully escape. It was really too extraordinary. 9 prefectures. Lin Feng. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng told him where he was from. 9 prefectures worlds. Lin Feng? I've heard of you before. Everyone said that you were the pillar of the 9 prefectures world's human race. But at that time, I felt that 9 prefectures had declined. So what if you were a pillar? You probably didn't have much combat power. But only now do I realize how wrong I was at that time. Wang Zijuan sighed. Then he continued, I want to apologize for what my great-grandfather did to 9 prefectures. I once advised my great-grandfather not to participate in the invasion of 9 prefectures, but he didn't listen to my advice. In the end, my great-grandfather died in 9 prefectures, and our Wang family was indirectly exterminated because of this. The great-grandfather Wang Zijuan was talking about was the Joshuan Realm Lord. Lin Feng didn't expect Wang Zijuan to be such a reasonable person. Now Lin Feng even sympathized with Wang Zijuan's experience. You didn't do anything wrong, Lin Feng said. The worst thing I did was to persuade my great-grandfather to go to 9 prefectures. If my great-grandfather didn't go to 9 prefectures, our Wang family wouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Wang Zijuan's face was already covered in tears. Too many of his clansmen were killed in front of him. This included his father, mother, elder brother, elder sister, younger sister, and many other relatives. But Wang Zijuan couldn't save them. Many things are too cruel, Lin Feng said with a sigh. Yes, it's really too cruel. If there is an afterlife, I must become a strong enough cultivator. Only in this way can I protect my family, Wang Zijuan murmured. Tears of blood began to flow out of his eyes. Wang Zijuan's mouth was also constantly vomiting blood. Blood also flowed out of his nose and ears. Wang Zijuan raised his hand. He seemed to see his family members coming to his side. He tried hard to grab the hands of his family members. But in the end, all the strength in his body seemed to be exhausted in an instant. Wang Zijuan's hands fell down. Then, he became motionless. He completely lost his vitality. Rest in peace. Lin Feng squatted down and reached out his hand to caress Wang Zijuan's cheek, so that Wang Zijuan could close his eyes. Looking at Wang Zijuan's body, Lin Feng was a little emotional. His mood was very heavy. He saw a trace of himself in Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan was fighting against fate, but in the end, he died tragically. Wasn't he also fighting against fate? He had experienced countless dangers and constantly improved his cultivation. He hoped that one day, he would be able to help his father restrain the demonic seed technique, save his mother, find his clansmen, and protect his family and loved ones in this chaotic world. It's not easy for everyone to live in this world, but no matter how difficult it is, we should look up at the starry sky. We have to show an optimistic smile, because life will not pity us because of our weakness. It will only hurt us more because of our weakness. So, we have to be strong. Lin Feng looked at Wang Zijuan's body and said, this sentence was more like Lin Feng's encouragement to himself. Then, Lin Feng took off Wang Zijuan's storage ring. He couldn't wait to see what the treasure from the Supreme Divine Court was. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded Wang Zijuan's storage ring. He was searching for the whereabouts of the treasure. Finally, Lin Feng saw something in Wang Zijuan's storage ring. This is Chapter 34-38. It was a mysterious mirror shrouded in holy light. While Lin Feng's inner sight was probing the mirror, suddenly, a voice came from the mirror. The inheritors of the Sovereign Emperor clan and Undying clan, after countless years, have finally found a cultivator with a powerful bloodline to inherit the Mirror of Future. After hearing the mirror's words, Lin Feng's expression changed to one of extreme shock. This mirror actually called itself the Mirror of Future. Lin Feng could still clearly remember seeing a Mirror of Future in the past. That Mirror of Future said that it could predict everything in the future. Lin Feng had the Mirror of Future predict the direction of his life. And then Lin Feng saw something that he would never forget. Deep in the boundless starry sky, it was a coffin that seemed to have been formed at the beginning of the world. The coffin gave off a heavy and terrifying presence. It was simply too large, like a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. A peerlessly beautiful woman was suppressed beneath it. The mountain-like coffin was the legendary Jotian god-burying coffin, Lin Feng's mother. She was suppressed underneath the Jotian god-burying coffin. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. He felt a sharp pain like a knife being twisted. In the distance, a battle broke out between cultivators. Black fog rolled. Terrifying living beings appeared from the black fog. These living beings were all from the black fog race that had transcended eras. The black fog race. Although their talents couldn't compare to other races that had transcended eras, the black fog race had the largest population out of all the races that had transcended eras. This race, because they had a large population. Because of that, a few peak combatants had appeared. And now, the terrifying living beings of the black fog race were attacking a cultivator in a blood-soaked white robe. And the cultivator being attacked by the black fog race was Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian. The battle was extremely intense. Lin Beitian wanted to save his wife who was being suppressed, but he failed. Within the black fog, a spear that gave off an endless chill flew out. Poof! The blood-soaked spear. It pierced through Lin Beitian's chest. Lin Feng would never forget that scene. Lin Beitian walked towards his mother with a pale face. The black fog surged over, and a huge hand reached out from the black fog and grabbed the war spear. He lifted his father into the air. The terrifying existence's right hand shook. His father's body exploded in the void. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The scene at that time was so real, as if it had happened yesterday. Everything was vivid in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. Lin Feng didn't want to believe what he was seeing. However, the mirror of the future was incomparably firm. He told Lin Feng that was the fate of his father, Lin Beitian. He was destined to die at the hands of the black mist. Therefore, Lin Feng was cultivating like a madman. He had to work hard to improve his cultivation. He hoped, one day in the future, he could fight alongside his father and rescue his mother. The mirror of the future from back then quickly disappeared. From then on, Lin Feng never saw the mirror of the future again. Who would have thought that he would see another mirror of the future? How many mirrors of the future are there in the world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The mirror of the future said, 2. One Yin mirror. One Yang mirror. Lin Feng asked, do you belong to the Yin mirror or the Yang mirror? The mirror of the future said, I belong to the Yin mirror. At that moment, Lin Feng discovered that the mirror of the future's voice had become much more real. Moreover, this voice was obviously a woman's voice, and the voice from before had obviously been processed. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female. Can you see my future? Lin Feng asked. The mirror of the future said, do you want to see your future? Of course. Lin Feng said. The mirror of the future said, if you want to see your future, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay a price. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Price? You're already a supreme treasure that belongs to me. Do I still have to pay a price for using the mirror of the future's power? The mirror of the future said, you're wrong. The mirror of the future doesn't belong to anyone. It's just that the mirror of the future often likes to find someone with a decent future and follow them around. Both sides can help each other. However, you have to remember one thing. The more you gain, the more you lose. Therefore, If you want to see the future from me, you'll have to pay a certain price. Only then can you abide by the law of conservation of gains and losses. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What do you want? After a pause, Lin Feng asked. This is our first time working together. My requirements will be a little lower. Leave the immortal herb of immortality to me. I'll let you see some of the things you want to know the most. The mirror of the future said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was actually so greedy, asking for the immortal herb of immortality as soon as they met. He only had one immortal herb of immortality, unless there was no other choice. Lin Feng absolutely wouldn't use that immortal herb of immortality. Your request is a little too much. Perhaps I can use an ordinary immortal herb of immortality to make the first deal with you, Lin Feng said. The mirror of the future was clearly very angry. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? It said coldly. Look at what you're saying. This is called unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. A woman's figure appeared in the mirror of the future. She was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see her clearly. The voice of the mirror of the future was her voice. All right, I agree to your proposal, the woman in the mirror of future said. Lin Feng looked delighted. In truth, he hadn't held out much hope that the mirror of the future would agree to his request. He hadn't expected the mirror of the future to actually agree. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng took out an immortal herb of immortality and handed it to the mirror of the future. Swish! The mirror of the future flashed and swallowed the immortal herb. Lin Feng noticed something. The woman in the mirror of the future held an immortal herb in her hand. It was the immortal herb that Lin Feng had just given to the mirror of the future. The mirror of the future. It was truly incomparably strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Now, you can state your specific request. The woman's voice continued to ring out from the mirror of the future. I want to see my father's future, Lin Feng couldn't help but say after thinking for a moment. He would never be able to forget the scene of his father he'd seen in the first mirror of the future. It was a tragic battle. It had caused Lin Feng incomparable pain. Chapter 34-39. He didn't want to see his father die in the hands of the Black Fog tribe. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was very nervous and uneasy. He was looking forward to seeing his father's future, but he was also afraid of seeing his father's future. You should be worried about your own future, not your father's. You haven't even controlled your own fate. Do you want to control the fate of others? The mirror of future couldn't help but say. Lin Feng said, I don't want to control anyone's fate. I just want to know what my father's fate is like. If fate is unfair, as his son, I'm willing to work hard and sacrifice everything to fight against this unfair fate. Hearing that, the mirror of future didn't say anything else. Shwa. Divine light surged on the mirror of future's surface. Every ray of divine light surged with terrifying waves of energy. Then, an image appeared on the mirror of future's surface. In the black fog, the clanking of chains could be heard. A disheveled cultivator's body was pierced by chains. He was trapped. Roar, roar. Waves of beast-like roars came from the disheveled cultivator's throat. He was trying hard to break free from the chains, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the chains that pierced through his body. Several terrifying beings arrived. The undying bloodline allowed him to be reborn. The bloodline of fate is even more mysterious. It can even be used to refine the immortal pill of fate. I wonder when we'll be given a immortal pill of fate. Another being couldn't help but say with great hope, this isn't something we can decide. Everyone, don't delay. Lord is still waiting for this person's blood to refine the immortal pill of fate. A third cultivator said. The others nodded. These people had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for suppressing the trapped cultivator. Others were responsible for extracting his blood. The method of extracting his blood was very simple. They directly used a sword with a groove to pierce the cultivator's body. Then, they pulled out the sword. The blood that entered the groove was the blood they needed. It was like rearing an animal in a pen. When the animal was needed, they would bleed it. Shwa. All the images froze at this moment. Then, It disappeared. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. His fists were tightly clenched together. Fingernails. It pierced the skin. Blood flowed out. But Lin Feng, however, it was as if he didn't feel it at all. Now, Lin Feng's heart was filled with killing intent. The anger in his heart was about to burn his body. As the son of man, how could she watch her father go through such a thing? This was something that they absolutely could not accept. I sensed everything you saw in the young mirror. Your father wasn't killed. He has the undying bloodline, and his fleshly body can be reborn. However, he will be captured. The Mirror of Future said. After a pause, the Mirror of Future continued. Of course, the future was ever-changing, and what the Mirror of Future deduced was the highest probability of happening. Whether or not it would happen, no one could say for sure. However, after so many years, the probability of the events predicted by the Mirror of Future is still very high. The probability of it happening should be around 90%. So high. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The only way to stop this from happening was to increase his cultivation level and meet up with his father before his father rescued his mother. When the time came, the father and son would attack together. They would take care of each other. The probability of rescuing his mother would be much higher. Strength. In the end, it was still strength. Lin Feng wanted to continue to increase his strength, to ensure that he would be qualified to fight with his father when the time came. If he wasn't strong enough, then, no matter how good the fantasy was, when the time came, there was still nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't want to see such a thing happen. Do you still want to continue watching? Perhaps you can see what your fate is like. Seek fortune and avoid calamity. After seeing your fate, you will know what to do next in life. The Mirror of Future said. Lin Feng thought for a while, shook his head and said, No, I don't want to see my fate now, because when I know my fate, I might be fearful when doing things. This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng didn't want to do things fearfully, because once there was fear in his heart, the path of cultivation was destined to become extremely difficult. When I need you, I'll contact you again, Lin Feng said. No problem, the Mirror of Future replied. Then, Lin Feng cut off the communication with the Mirror of Future and put the storage ring that stored the Mirror of Future into the mountain and river ring. At this moment, the Demon Lord suddenly transmitted a weak telepathic thought to Lin Feng. This telepathic thought was very hidden. The Demon Lord had never done this before. Now that he did this, Lin Feng guessed that it was to guard against the Mirror of Future. I need to be on guard against this Mirror of Future because this guy is very strange. I can't not believe all of its words. Lin Feng checked the contents of the Demon Lord's telepathic thought. He nodded. The Mirror of Future was indeed strange enough. A treasure that came from the Supreme Divine Court was definitely not that simple. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master who possessed the Mirror of Future actually died in the 9 prefectures. So, there were many things that he couldn't rely on the Mirror of Future, but on himself. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He planned to leave the 9 Mysteries Great World, because he had already gotten everything he wanted. Moreover, the 3,000 Great Tao had increased to 2,400 types. The trip to the 9 Mysteries Great World made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. But not long after, Lin Feng was discovered. More than a dozen great emperors arrived, all of them filled with killing intent. Kid, hand over the treasure that came from the Supreme Divine Court. A great emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng didn't know these great emperors, but they knew him. It seemed that Tian Wuya and the others had used a special method to remember his aura. As long as he showed himself, they would have a way to find him. The world of cultivators. Anything could happen. Get lost, or all of you will die. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he looked at the dozen or so great emperors. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the faces of the dozen or so great emperors instantly became gloomy. Chapter 3440. Kid, I heard that your cultivation base is very strong. Have you really not entered the Emperor realm? One of the great emperors looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the Boundary Emperor realm. These great emperors could naturally sense it. However, they were unwilling to believe that Lin Feng's cultivation base was really at that level. There were many miraculous techniques in the world of cultivators. Once they were used, one could hide one's cultivation base. Some techniques could even change a cultivator's life aura. If one cultivated these miraculous techniques, they would naturally be able to hide it from everyone. Therefore, these great emperors felt that Lin Feng had cultivated these miraculous techniques to hide his true strength. Then, he would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. The other great emperors couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They were also very curious about Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't hide his cultivation base and displayed such heaven-defying combat strength at the Boundary Emperor realm, then it could only mean one thing. That was, Lin Feng had some means that they didn't know about. Perhaps it was a terrifying treasure that boosted Lin Feng's combat strength. As for Lin Feng having such combat strength himself, these people would never believe it, because it was too unbelievable. Do you want to know? Kneel down and beg me to tell you. I might consider it. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Seeing Lin Feng's mocking expression, the great emperor's expression turned extremely ugly. You're courting death. You're about to die, and you still dare to provoke me. I'll let you know how the word regret is written later. Fellow Taoists, let's do it before something unexpected happens. The great emperor cultivator said. The others nodded in agreement. Now that all the major factions were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they were the first to find Lin Feng. This was their fortune. They had to quickly deal with Lin Feng if they attracted the attention of even stronger experts. At that time, they would have nothing to do with it. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 great emperors attacked at the same time. It was accompanied by a terrifying wave that could destroy the world. More than a dozen great emperors condensed an almost heaven-defying divine ability. These great emperors all had extremely high cultivation realms. The weakest among them was at the immortal emperor realm. Furthermore, there were 2 imperial emperors holding down the fort. Therefore, the combination of these people was extremely terrifying. With so many experts attacking at the same time, their divine abilities gathered together and formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. The battle had long since attracted the attention of some of the surrounding cultivators. Therefore, those cultivators also flew over to watch the battle from afar. Due to their lack of strength, the cultivators who were attracted over did not dare to participate in this battle. Is that guy the one who stole the supreme treasure from the supreme divine court? Someone said from afar. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be so young. I heard that his cultivation base is terrifying, but it makes sense. If his cultivation base was weak, he wouldn't have been able to snatch the treasure away from so many great emperors. Someone else said. But now that he's surrounded by so many great emperors, it's difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He should be dead for sure, right? A cultivator frowned and said. He did not think highly of Lin Feng. This cultivator's words immediately resonated with many people. Many people had the same opinion as this cultivator. Lin Feng wanted to fight against so many strong cultivators by himself. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, many cultivators felt that Lin Feng would definitely die in this battle. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen great emperors, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and summoned the Devil's Stone. Damn, I just rested for a short while and I'm already summoned. Do you really think I'm a coolie? Emotai cried out in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng, on the other hand, activated the 6-fold dragon elephant arm. Then, he smashed his fist on the magic iron. Lin Feng had just discovered this move some time ago. Back then, Lin Feng had used this move to severely injure the skinny cultivator who was running away. Now, Lin Feng was using the same move again. With the help of the arm of the dragon and elephant, Zhang Xian's strength increased by 6 times. Emotai's speed was unbelievably fast. Emotai shouted, "A bunch of bastards! You're the ones who disturbed my sleep. I'm going to kill you all." Emotai began to show its power. It directly collided with the divine abilities of more than a dozen great emperors and instantly shattered them. Next, Emotai quickly rushed in front of a great emperor. Before the great emperor could react, Emotai had already bombarded him. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The great emperor's physical body directly exploded. The great emperor died on the spot. The rest of the great emperors were shocked. It was just a black lump of iron, but it was so powerful that it terrified them. The great emperors quickly distanced themselves from Emotai. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed towards the great emperors. His speed was too fast, and he instantly arrived in front of an immortal emperor cultivator. He activated the six-fold dragon elephant arm. He threw a punch at the immortal emperor cultivator. This was Lin Feng's favorite way of fighting. Lin Feng was extremely confident in his physical body. He believed that he could be invincible in close combat. Courting death, the immortal emperor cultivator who was attacked by Lin Feng suddenly had a sinister smile on his face. That immortal emperor expert's original body was transformed from a wolverine. His physical body was strong. Therefore, that great emperor was very confident in his physical body. The great emperor didn't fear Lin Feng's punch at all, so he punched back fearlessly. Bang! The two sides collided. A shocking scene appeared. The great emperor who was attacked by Lin Feng directly exploded. He was actually killed by Lin Feng in one move. Oh my god, that guy's physical body is so terrifying. Didn't they say that humans have weak physical bodies? How can that guy's physical body be so strong? The cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone's hearts seemed to be in turmoil. They had never seen such a powerful physical body before. Moreover, a cultivator with such a physical body was actually a human cultivator who was known for his weak physical body. It was really unbelievable. When the other great emperors saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but change. Retreat. An Emperor Realm expert shouted in a deep voice. He wanted to quickly retreat and distance himself from Lin Feng. Then, he used his magic power to activate his ability to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't give these people a chance at all. Endless domineering aura. When these people retreated, Lin Feng activated his supreme domineering aura and displayed the supreme technique recorded in the second level of supreme domineering aura. Endless domineering aura appeared. The terrifying domineering aura bombarded the great emperors. Chapter 3441. The supreme aura was indeed the supreme aura. It could be released to attack indiscriminately. Therefore, when the supreme aura was released, its power was truly tyrannical to the point of causing others to be aghast. Now, Lin Feng released the power of the supreme aura and instantly displayed terrifying battle strength. Of course, the reason why the endless aura was so powerful now was not only because of the endless aura itself. It was also closely related to Lin Feng's current battle strength. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 2,400 types of 3,000 Great Tao, refined 9 Emperor Lord laws, and 10 God Emperor laws. In addition, Lin Feng had refined many heavenly treasures and cultivator's source. His battle prowess had risen to a level that would shock anyone. He displayed endless aura. The power of the endless aura was naturally extremely powerful. The spectating cultivators were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was too shocking. One person against more than 10 great emperors. The other party even had 2 great emperors at the Imperial Emperor realm. On the other hand, Lin Feng had a crushing advantage. Therefore, the battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was very strong. It was really unexpected. Other than the few cultivators who died, the rest of the Immortal Emperor realm cultivators were also injured. Emotai, on the other hand, shot out terrifying black pillars of light towards the emperors. Many Immortal Emperor realm cultivators didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed by the black pillars of light. Only 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators blocked Emotai's attack. Dead. There are only 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators left. What is that lump of metal? Could it be a magic treasure? It's actually so terrifying. It's really unbelievable. That kid is also incomparably terrifying. I think the last 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators might not be able to escape either. The spectating cultivators discussed animatedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock and incomparable horror. They had never seen such a huge battle just now, especially Lin Feng's endless aura to attack more than 10 cultivators. That kind of indiscriminate attack was simply beyond many people's imagination. Go, go, go. The two Imperial Emperors were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had previously looked down on Lin Feng. Did they think that killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake? After all, they had so many experts on their side. Lin Feng was just one person. But after the real battle, they realized how wrong their previous thinking was. Lin Feng's strength. It was completely beyond their imagination. It didn't matter if this was Lin Feng's own strength, or the strength he obtained with the help of a magic treasure. However, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. If the battle continued, it was simply too dangerous. His life might be in danger. Therefore, these two imperial monarchs only had one thought in mind, and that was to quickly escape from this place. He would run as far as he could. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, at that time, only death awaited them. Lin Feng's strength had already made them lose the courage to continue fighting with Lin Feng. The two imperial emperors fled in different directions. His speed was extremely fast. Emotai, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Emotai understood and quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng threw a punch at Emotai. Bang! The power of the dragon elephant arm, 6 times stronger, suddenly erupted. A terrifying punch landed on the magic iron. Whoosh! In an instant, the demonic iron turned into a dazzling cold light. The cold light instantly pierced through the void and quickly charged towards an Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Take my attack! Emotai quickly charged over and then roared. A terrifying power erupted. It fiercely charged towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. When Emotai rushed over, he threw a punch at Emotai. Bang! A powerful attack landed on Emotai's body. However, at this moment, Emotai had received the support of Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm 6 times stronger, in addition to his own powerful strength. Therefore, Emotai's combat strength was extremely terrifying. After the two sides collided, the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's fist directly exploded. Ah! The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator couldn't help but scream. In the next moment, Emotai rushed in front of the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Endless cold light surged out. Emotai instantly pierced through the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's chest. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator died tragically on the spot. At the same time, Lin Feng had already caught up to another Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Lin Feng took out the 3 stone swords. Lin Feng controlled the 3 stone swords to slash towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was released. The 3 stone swords shook the void lightly, as if they could collapse the void. It could be seen how powerful the 3 stone swords were. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator hurriedly took out his Dharma treasure. His Dharma treasure was an Emperor-level weapon. This Emperor-level weapon was a small golden bell that was extremely powerful. The small golden bell quickly grew larger. Then, it collided with Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. This Imperial Emperor-level cultivator had completely underestimated Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. They were as powerful as Emperor-level weapons. They were actually pierced through by the 3 stone swords. Then, the 3 stone swords quickly slashed towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. My life is over. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator couldn't help but cry out in fear. Poochie! A tearing sound was suddenly heard. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's body was directly torn apart by the 3 stone swords. Then, the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator died tragically. Lin Feng took the Great Emperor's origin and storage rings before leaving with Emotai. Only a group of dumbfounded spectators were left behind. 2 Imperial Emperors were killed so easily? If news of this battle gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The cultivators who were watching the battle murmured. Soon, the news of this battle quickly spread. When the news of this battle spread, many forces in the 9 Mysteries' great world were shocked. But soon, someone asked in confusion, "What is that piece of black iron?" It's actually so powerful. That kid's cultivation level isn't high, but he can kill the Imperial Emperor. Is it related to that piece of black iron? Could that piece of black iron be a treasure that was passed down from the Supreme Divine Court? When this question was raised, many people felt that there might be such a possibility. This kid must die. The higher-ups of many large factions spoke out. Their voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. Moreover, the Emperor sect and even the Emperor-level cultivators personally took action. These experts couldn't hold back and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 3442. While many cultivators were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, Lin Feng had already arrived at the extraterritorial Starry Sky world. However, the extraterritorial Starry Sky world had been sealed off by many forces. There were many Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the extraterritorial Starry Sky world. There were even Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the extraterritorial Starry Sky world, waiting for Lin Feng to appear. The Emperor Realm cultivators in the extraterritorial Starry Sky world had already received the news that more than 10 Emperor Realm cultivators had been killed. This made their killing intent towards Lin Feng even stronger. Because they also felt that the reason why Lin Feng was so strong was because of that black iron. These cultivators were certain that the black iron was a supreme treasure that had been passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. Now, these cultivators couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately and obtain the black iron. Lin Feng was discovered in the extraterritorial Starry Sky world. A divination expert deduced that Lin Feng had appeared in the extraterritorial Starry Sky world. Then, these forces cooperated with the Universal Mirror. They locked onto Lin Feng. Dozens of Emperor Realm cultivators arrived. Among these Emperor Realm cultivators, there was one Emperor Realm cultivator, 10 Emperor Realm cultivators, and more than 30 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators. This time, the ones who surrounded Lin Feng were all elite Emperor Realm cultivators. Even Emperor Realm cultivators didn't have the qualifications to participate. Brat, your time of death has come. The Emperor Realm cultivator's voice was extremely cold. Boom. He took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. Attack, kill this brat. The other cultivators shouted coldly and attacked one after another, launching a sure kill attack on Lin Feng. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. 9-fold magnetic field. Stone sword. Black dragon sword. Sky drum. Lin Feng took out the Hell King Bell and other magic treasures. Lin Feng used all his means and fought this group of cultivators. This was a great battle. There were too many experts on the other side, and there was also an Emperor Realm cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng was doomed. That D-Zone was wary of the treasure on Lin Feng's body. Hence, he had been holding back and didn't go all out. However, cultivators at this level were simply too powerful. Even though they were only able to unleash a portion of their combat power, it was still an unimaginably terrifying level. With the help of so many emperors, Lin Feng was almost killed by that Emperor Ancestor stage cultivator. Lin Feng was bathed in blood. This battle was truly too difficult. In the end, Lin Feng broke out of the encirclement and rushed into the depths of outer space. Don't let that brat escape. The group of emperors chased after Lin Feng with dark expressions. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body, and his injuries recovered quickly. He stepped on the 8 directional worlds, his speed reaching the extreme. Those emperors simply couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to break free from those Emperor Realm cultivators. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. A huge vortex appeared in the Starry Sky world. The vortex seemed to be connected to another part of the Starry Sky. Waves of destructive energy waves emanated from the huge vortex. After feeling the terrifying aura from the vortex, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. There was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence about to make a move. However, that existence was relatively far away from him, so it formed a vortex like this across the endless void. Emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only a cultivator at the level of an emperor could have such terrifying battle prowess. Cultivators below this level, it was impossible to display such terrifying combat power. Buzz. At this moment, The whirlpool began to vibrate violently. Then, a finger was formed. That finger. It exuded a destructive energy wave. That finger. It directly locked onto Lin Feng and charged towards Lin Feng. That finger. The power of after rain made Lin Feng feel a deep sense of despair. It was simply too terrifying. It's the Emperor's move. The great emperors in the distance couldn't help but say in shock when they saw the finger, although they were far away. However, they felt the aura emitted by that finger. Those great emperors also revealed shocked expressions. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Lin Feng, who was locked onto by that finger, was under. The attack of an emperor-level powerhouse was indeed extraordinary. It was like a giant dragon attacking an ant. No one in the world can save that kid's life. The great emperors couldn't help but sneer. In the eyes of those great emperors, Lin Feng was undoubtedly going to die. However, just as the energy finger condensed by the emperor-level powerhouse was about to kill Lin Feng, at this moment, whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another opportunity from the heavens. The heaven patching technique played an extremely crucial role. At the most dangerous moment, it helped Lin Feng avoid the terrifying attack of the emperor-level cultivator. That energy finger didn't hit Lin Feng. Instead, it killed him in the void. Suddenly, the energy finger dissipated in mid-air. Lin Feng appeared a few hundred meters away. He raised his speed to the limit. Lin Feng wanted to get away from the huge vortex as soon as possible. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That kid actually dodged the emperor-level powerhouse's attack. A cultivator cried out in disbelief when the machine crashed. A cultivator of the Zun Qi layer was terrifyingly strong. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had dodged the attack of such a strong cultivator. Everybody was astonished. They would find it unbelievable. But this was indeed what happened in front of them. You're courting death, brat. The furious voice of the emperor-level powerhouse came out of the vortex. The attack of the emperor-level powerhouse failed to kill Lin Feng. It was equivalent to being slapped in the face by Lin Feng. The emperor-level powerhouse was naturally furious. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Shameless guy, as an emperor-level cultivator, you actually attacked a junior like me. You've lost all the face of your ancestors. If your ancestors knew about this, even their coffins wouldn't be able to cover your dead ancestors. I want you to die." The emperor-level powerhouse was already furious because Lin Feng dodged his attack. Now, after hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, he was almost angered to death. The emperor-level cultivator was completely enraged. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the huge vortex emitted a deafening sound. The emperor-level powerhouse was obviously preparing a new killing move. Stone sword. Slash. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords. Under the operation of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords reached the peak level. They directly cut through the void before the emperor-level cultivator's attack could be completed. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the huge whirlpool. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The huge vortex. Chapter 34-43. The power of the soldier mantra was simply too shocking. Now that Lin Feng was using it, it displayed even more terrifying power. Lin Feng used the soldier mantra, a peerless technique, to control the 3 stone swords and directly destroy the huge vortex. The attack of the emperor-level powerhouse was not even able to be used. The vortex was already destroyed. The emperor-level powerhouse could no longer continue to attack Lin Feng. This is impossible. The group of great emperors could not help but roar. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was a huge vortex formed by an emperor-level powerhouse. Now, it was destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. They were astonished. Return. Lin Feng waved his hand. After receiving Lin Feng's command, the 3 stone swords quickly flew toward Lin Feng. The 3 stone swords were as fast as lightning. They quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Then, they were collected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The speed of those great emperors was worlds apart from Lin Feng. It was impossible for them to catch up with Lin Feng. After a quarter of an hour, a terrifying aura surged out of the starry sky world. The void split open. A powerhouse stepped out. The powerhouse who walked out of the void had an extremely gloomy expression. This powerhouse was an Emperor-level powerhouse. This was none other than the Emperor-level powerhouse who attacked Lin Feng across the endless void. Sir. The surrounding great emperors bowed to the Emperor-level cultivator. If you dare to spread what happened today, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Emperor Realm Master said in a cold voice. The rest of the people could not help but tremble slightly. Yes, the great emperors hurriedly replied. Search for that brat with all our might. I don't believe that brat can escape. Next, the venerable sovereign issued an order. After receiving the order, the other cultivators quickly spread out to search for Lin Feng. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. How could it be easy to find Lin Feng? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng cultivated while heading to the undying realm. He was familiarizing himself with the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated. Of course, Lin Feng did not cultivate every day. Sometimes, he would read some books about gods and demons to relax. Calculating the time, my 8-9 mysterious art is about to expire. I have to raise the level of my 8-9 mysterious art. Otherwise, I will die from the backlash of my 8-9 mysterious art. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. His 8-9 mysteries was still at the 3rd level. If it was upgraded to the 4th level, it could temporarily resolve the current crisis. However, cultivating the 8-9 arcane art was not easy. The 8-9 mysterious art required some auxiliary methods to be successfully cultivated. If he wanted to cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art from the 3rd level to the 4th level, it would be even more difficult. Perhaps he would need some extremely terrifying destructive power to stimulate his body to activate the 8-9 mysterious art. Then, the 8-9 mysterious art would evolve again. However, Lin Feng's current physical body was too strong. Ordinary places could not cause him any harm, not to mention stimulating the evolution of the 8-9 mysterious art. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find such a place in the starry sky world. At this time, violent fluctuations came from the front. He saw hundreds of starry sky pirate ships besieging more than 20 ancient starry sky ships. The ancient starry sky ship being besieged was a merchant ship. In the starry sky world, there were many merchant ships. Of course, these merchant ships were not simple. They were equipped with all kinds of powerful spirit stone cannons and were escorted by experts. Ordinary starry sky pirate groups did not dare to provoke these merchant ships. However, some top starry sky pirate groups regarded these merchant ships as targets to plunder. What shocked Lin Feng was that this starry sky pirate ship turned out to be the famous Sinister Demon Bandit Group. Previously, Lin Feng killed the young leader of the Sinister Demon Bandit Group, and the Sinister Demon Bandit Group had been looking for Lin Feng. The leader of the Sinister Demon Bandit Group was an Emperor-level powerhouse. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly changed direction and flew into the distance. Although Lin Feng sympathized with the fleet besieged by the Sinister Demon Bandit Group, but there was nothing he could do about it. The other party was a starry sky pirate group with an Emperor-level powerhouse. At this stage, Lin Feng could not fight against this behemoth. Since he could not fight against this behemoth, he could only escape. Lin Feng had always been self-aware. He would never joke about his life. 3 days later, in the distance, more than a dozen cultivators flew over. Those cultivators were all injured, and the leader was a young master. Behind them, there was a pirate ship of the Sinister Demon Bandit Group chasing after them. Help! Help! Those people cried out for help when they saw the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Lin Feng naturally also noticed this group of people. He opened the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan and let this group of people enter the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. After this group of people came in, they all lay on the deck and gasped for breath. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Sinister Demon Bandit Group's pirate ship fired a dense barrage of spirit stone shells. One after another, the spirit stone cannonballs came crashing down. The power was huge. Fire. Lin Feng looked indifferent and gave the order to fire. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan was equipped with the most powerful spirit stone cannons. These spirit stone cannons were all bronze spirit stone cannons and had unimaginable power. Lin Feng gave the order. Suddenly, the puppet operating the spirit stone cannons ignited the spirit stone cannons. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, huge spirit stone cannonballs flew out. Some of the spirit stone shells collided with the other party's spirit stone shells and exploded. Some of the spirit stone shells also hit the restrictions on the other party's pirate ship. Of course, some of the spirit stone shells on the other party's pirate ship also hit the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. The giant spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan were simply too powerful. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions on the pirate ship were destroyed. Then, huge spirit stone cannonballs landed on the pirate ship. The pirate ship could not resist the giant spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. It directly exploded into pieces. However, the ancient starry sky ship Xuanyuan's restrictions easily blocked the spirit stone shells fired by the pirate ship. Chapter 34-44. The group of people got up and came to the entrance of the cabin. "Thank you for saving us, brother." The leading young master thanked Lin Feng. "No need to thank me. You can leave after resting well." Lin Feng's voice came from the cabin. Vaguely, the leading young master saw the young cultivator sitting cross-legged in the cabin. This made the leading young master very shocked. Such a powerful ancient starry sky ship was extremely rare, and the owner was such a young cultivator. Moreover, this cultivator didn't even have a guard with him when he went out. I really don't know if it's because he's brave or because he's ignorant. The leading young master said, "Brother, you have to be more careful. This evil bandit group is very terrifying. The leader is an Emperor Realm powerhouse, so you have to be careful." I will remember," Lin Feng said. This group of people rested on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan for a few hours. Then they bid farewell and left. The ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan searched for a place in the starry sky world where Lin Feng could cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art. But they searched for many places. They couldn't find any. Until one day, Lin Feng heard someone talking about a place on a planet. The Destruction Great World. One of the 3,000 great worlds, not too far from here. That place. It contained the most terrifying destructive power. The Destruction Great World's laws were all the Destruction Great World's laws. After hearing about the Destruction Great World, Lin Feng planned to go there. Perhaps he could upgrade the 8-9 mysterious art to another level in the Destruction Great World. This was something that could not be delayed. 1 month later, Lin Feng saw the huge world in the depths of the starry sky world surrounded by endless destructive power. That world. It was like a giant beast entrenched in the starry sky world. It gave people a heavy sense of oppression. That great world. It was the famous Destruction Great World. In the starry sky world, countless cultivators gathered and flew in the direction of the Destruction Great World. Ancient starry sky ships also quickly flew over, flying towards the Destruction Great World. The Destruction Great World was ranked at the top of the 3,000 great worlds. Such a large world was a dazzling pearl in the starry sky world. It was the absolute center of the dozens of galaxies around. Therefore, there would be many experts arriving every day. Lin Feng flew out of the ancient starship Xianyuan. He also flew towards the world of destruction. After arriving at the major world of destruction, Lin Feng immediately felt the difference between the major world of destruction and the other major worlds. The great world of destruction was filled with the power of destruction. Therefore, the space law of the destruction major world was extremely unstable. However, this did not stop the enthusiasm of the starry sky world's cultivators. Shimming City. This was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the great destruction world. It was extraordinarily bustling, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was said that this ancient city had existed since the primordial era. It had survived many battles and still stood strong. The mysterious underworld city was filled with experts. There were many powers. Their fangs were also intertwined as they fought against each other. The mysterious underworld city did not restrict cultivators from fighting. Therefore, the mysterious dark city wasn't a particularly safe place. Every day, there would be killings and robberies, or battles between different forces. It was unknown how many people were killed every day. It was unknown how many forces had been destroyed in the war. The old forces had perished. New forces had appeared. This was the story that happened every day in the mysterious underworld city. After Lin Feng arrived at the mysterious underworld city, he first went to the all-knowing pavilion in the mysterious underworld city to inquire about some of the dangerous places in the major world of destruction. After coming out of the all-knowing pavilion, Lin Feng found an inn to stay for the time being. He planned to rest for a few days and then explore the few dangerous places that he had found. The lanterns were lit. The mysterious underworld city was brightly lit. Such a huge ancient city was extremely lively. The nightlife began at night. Therefore, the mysterious underworld city at night was even more lively than during the day. The Fragrance Brothel, a famous brothel in the mysterious underworld city. It was said that the women there were as beautiful as fairies. Lin Feng came to the Fragrance Brothel. He had nothing to do. Naturally, he needed to find a place to relax and enjoy. The Fragrance Brothel was a good place. "Hey, brother, we meet again." When a young man saw Lin Feng, he was overjoyed. Lin Feng looked at the young master. He realized that the young master was none other than him. It was the young master that he had saved in the extraterrestrial starry world. Lin Feng did not expect the young master to be the person who had destroyed the major world of destruction. Lin Feng nodded and said, "What a coincidence. I'm Yang Kuan. How should I address you, brother?" The young master first introduced himself and then asked, "Lin Feng." "Haha, so it's Brother Lin. Did you come here alone?" Yang Kuan could not help but ask. The major world of destruction was far away from Jiuzhou. Therefore, Lin Feng was naturally not famous in the major world of destruction. Of course, perhaps some people had heard of Lin Feng's reputation. However, most people were similar to Yang Kuan. They had not heard of Lin Feng's reputation and deeds at all. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right." Yang Kuan said, "It's so boring to be alone. Why don't you follow me, Brother Lin? There's a gathering here." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Lin Feng also wanted to see the cultivation level of the younger generation of cultivators in Shiming City. "Haha, Brother Lin is straightforward. Please follow me," Yang Kuan said with a smile. Lin Feng followed Yang Kuan to the gathering place. The gathering place was in the Heaven Room A on the 5th floor. When Lin Feng and Yang Kuan arrived, there were already more than 10 cultivators sitting there. There were men and women. Lin Feng sensed their life auras. Most of them had a lifespan of around 30 to 40,000 years. Compared to their long lifespan, a lifespan of 30 to 40,000 years was naturally very young. These people were also very talented. Although they were young, they were all at the Emperor realm. There were even a few who had broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm. To be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm at this age was indeed very rare. They were worthy of being nurtured by any major force. Of course, although these people were extraordinary, they were not worth mentioning when compared to Lin Feng. After all, a monstrous existence like Lin Feng was too rare. In the myriad worlds, perhaps it would be difficult to find a few. "Brother Yang, you're late. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later," someone said with a smile. "I accept the punishment," Yang Kuan said with a smile. "Who is this brother beside Brother Yang?" Someone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "This is my friend, Lin Feng, Brother Lin," Yang Kuan introduced. Everyone sensed Lin Feng's cultivation and found that Lin Feng was only at the Quasi-Emperor realm. They could not help but reveal a look of disdain. Chapter 34-45. Of course, he still had to give Yang Kuan face, although he looked down on Lin Feng in his heart. But these people didn't say much. Yang Kuan introduced the cultivators sitting here to Lin Feng. Those people just nodded at Lin Feng indifferently. They had an extremely arrogant look. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed about these people's attitude. People who looked down on others. Wherever he went, he would meet them. Yang Kuan looked at Lin Feng with a slightly embarrassed look. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head at Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan knew that Lin Feng didn't take it to heart and let out a sigh of relief. Yang Kuan stood up and said, "Everyone, I will drink these 3 cups of wine." His voice fell. Yang Kuan raised his wine cup. He drank 3 cups of wine in a row. It caused the entire hall to cheer. I heard that Brother Yang encountered danger in the starry sky world. What exactly happened? A female cultivator asked curiously. Yang Kuan sighed and said, "At that time, our Yang family's fleet encountered the evil demon bandit group and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only a dozen people escaped." Yang Kuan didn't tell them about Lin Feng's matter, because Lin Feng's Xinyuan ancient starry sky ship was too precious. He was worried that after telling them about this matter, Lin Feng would be remembered by others. This was not something Yang Kuan wanted to see. Yang Kuan's gratitude towards Lin Feng came from the bottom of his heart. He naturally hoped that Lin Feng would be safe and sound. Brother Yang is really amazing. You can even escape from the evil demon bandit group. If you survive a great disaster, you will definitely have good fortune in the future. A cultivator said. "I hope so," Yang Kuan said. At this time, another cultivator said, "I heard that recently, the evil demon bandit group has been searching for the whereabouts of a person and has even issued a warrant for his arrest. The reward is extremely generous. It's just that I don't know the identity of the wanted person." A female cultivator said, "I also heard about this matter. It is said that the wanted person killed the son of the evil demon bandit group's leader, Xie Duanhuan." What? There's such a thing? Many people couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they heard this. The leader of the demonic bandits was an Emperor Realm Master, yet someone dared to kill the son of an Emperor Realm Master. He really didn't want to live anymore. This matter is absolutely true. It's just that the place where it happened is very far from here, so the people who know about it are extremely limited. The female cultivator said, "Who is so daring as to kill the son of the sinister bandits' leader?" Someone asked curiously. The female cultivator shook her head and said, "I'm not sure about that." This group of people talked about a lot of things, and one of their discussions caught Lin Feng's attention. This matter was related to one of the 3,000 Great Daos. And this 3,000 Great Dao was actually the Great Wish Art. In the northernmost part of the world of destruction, there was an endless primeval forest. In the primeval forest, there was a place called the Heavenly Mountain Range. About a month ago, there were waves of majestic sounds coming from the Azure Mountain Range. Those voices were all the great wishes of the cultivators. Some experts headed to the Upper Tsang Mountain Range and heard the majestic voices. They were extremely shocked. It was said that the powerhouse had seen someone use the Great Wish Art in the past, so he had a deep impression of the Great Wish Art. That powerhouse suspected that the 3,000 Great Dao, the Great Wish Art, was in the Azure Mountain Range. However, the Azure Mountain Range was a land of death in the world of destruction. That place couldn't be entered easily, and danger lurked everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. If anyone dared to enter rashly, they would definitely die. Therefore, even though it was very likely that the Great Wish Art was in the Azure Mountain Range, no one dared to enter the Azure Mountain Range to search for it. Now, many top forces were thinking of ways to enter the Azure Mountain Range to search for the Great Wish Art. Lin Feng had been coveting the Great Wish Art for a long time. In the past, the Red World Fairy had used the Great Wish Art, which was extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, Lin Feng also wanted to cultivate the Great Wish Art. He wanted to see if he could cultivate this heaven-defying ability, which was said to be the most difficult to cultivate among the 3,000 Great Dao. Therefore, after hearing about the Great Wish Art, Lin Feng had the idea of going to the Azure Mountain Range to explore it. Moreover, the Azure Mountain Range was one of the few places that Lin Feng had planned to go. It was a land of death in the world of destruction. Danger lurked everywhere in the Azure Mountain Range. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Moreover, there was definitely a place that could allow the 8-9 arcane art to evolve again. The banquet ended. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan left together. "My uncle is holding a birthday banquet tomorrow. Can Brother Lin come?" Yang Kuan asked. "It's not convenient," Lin Feng said. He had no interest in this so-called birthday banquet. There will be many experts coming after the banquet. At that time, it is said that there will be a trade fair. Perhaps there will be something that Brother Lin needs at the trade fair. Yang Kuan continued. Lin Feng had no interest in Yang Kuan's uncle's birthday banquet, but he was a little interested in the trade fair. Lin Feng liked to look for things he needed at trade fairs. All right then, I will definitely go tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Yang Kuan said, Brother Lin, you don't have to go personally. I will come and pick you up when the time comes. I will send Brother Lin back now so that I can find out where Brother Lin lives. That's fine too. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his residence, Yang Kuan stayed for a while. He then bid farewell and left. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Yang Kuan personally came to Lin Feng's residence and invited Lin Feng to visit the Yang clan. In mysterious Dark City, there were 16 powerful forces, 1 sect, 7 schools, and 8 palaces. The Yang clan was attached to the Moon God sect, one of the 7 schools. The Moon God sect was a force with a long history and was extremely powerful. Therefore, many forces attached themselves to the Moon God sect. These forces would pay tribute to the Moon God sect every year. As for the Moon God sect, they would protect these tributes. On the way, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the Yang clan from Yang Kuan. The current patriarch of the Yang clan was Yang Kuan's uncle, Yang Tianwan. He had cultivated for 620,000 years and was at the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. At the same time, he was the #1 expert of the Yang clan. In mysterious Dark City, he could also be ranked in the top 50 experts. At the same time, Lin Feng inquired about the situation of the expert who destroyed the Great World. The Realm Master who destroyed the Great World was said to be a sage Emperor-level expert and was extremely mysterious. In addition, there were also 10 Emperor-level experts who destroyed the Great World. These 10 Emperor-level experts were the city lords of the 10 great ancient cities. They also lived in seclusion and rarely came out. Other than these experts, there were also the leaders of the sects, 7 schools, and 8 palaces. Chapter 3446. The Yang clan was extremely lively, with people coming and going, and guests coming and going constantly. The Yang clan was not a top faction. However, it was still a reputable figure in mysterious underworld city. A large number of guests came and presented their gifts. Then, these guests were welcomed into the inner hall. After arriving at the Yang clan, Lin Feng handed over the gifts he had prepared to the master of ceremonies. Yang Kuan did not stay by Lin Feng's side. As a direct descendant of the Yang clan, he still needed to entertain other guests. Lin Feng saw Yang Tianwan. Yang Tianwan looked to be in his 40s and was in the prime of his life. After the birthday banquet ended, a portion of the cultivators stayed behind to participate in the small trade fair. Lin Feng frequently traded at the small trade fair. He exchanged many things he needed with others, especially the dozens of insect materials used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, Primordial Ancestral Insect, and Desolate Demon Refining Insect. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his harvest. After the small trade fair ended, people left one after another. Some chose to stay for the night. Only then would they leave. Yang Kuan invited him warmly, so Lin Feng planned to rest for a while before leaving. The Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Tianwan, hosted a banquet to entertain a dozen cultivators, including Lin Feng. Other than Lin Feng, the others had extraordinary backgrounds and had close ties with Yang Tianwan. Yang Tianwan had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son was called Yang Qian. His second son was called Yang Hai. His third son was called Yang Jiang. The 3 of them were quite talented. His second and third sons were both god emperors. As for his eldest son, he was an immortal emperor. As for Yang Tianwen's daughter, she had never appeared. Lin Feng heard from Yang Kuan that his cousin was one of the 3 great beauties of mysterious underworld city. She had countless suitors. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Kuan, is this young friend of yours? Asked Yang Tianwen while glancing at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and looked at Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan said, Yes, uncle. This is my friend Lin Feng. He's also here to celebrate uncle's birthday. Little friend, you are too kind. Yang Tianwen couldn't help but say, That's what I should do. Lin Feng said. Yang Tianwen nodded his head and did not pay too much attention to a young cultivator like Lin Feng. This was a private banquet after the birthday banquet. Therefore, there weren't that many rules. I heard that Brother Yang's daughter is cultivating under Fairy Yuanfa. I wonder if the rumors are true? At this moment, someone asked. This Fairy Yuanfa was a rather famous expert in the destruction major world. It was said that she was an Emperor Ancestor level expert. A cultivator of this level could contend with the leaders of the top 10 ancient cities in the Great Destruction world. That's right. Lan is indeed cultivating under Goddess Yuanfa. This child's talent is not bad. To be able to receive guidance from Goddess Yuanfa is this child's fortune. Yang Tianwen smiled and said, I don't think I've seen Lan at this birthday banquet. A female cultivator said. A few years ago, I left the destruction world with Fairy Yuanfa. However, I received a letter some time ago and will be returning in a few days. Yang Tianwen replied. Obviously, Yang Tianwen was extremely satisfied with this daughter. Moreover, Yang Tianwen already had 3 sons. Young Lan was Yang Tianwen's youngest daughter. Naturally, he doted on his youngest daughter even more. He. I seem to hear everyone talking about Lan. Just at this moment, a gentle and pleasant laughter came from outside. Then, a woman in a blue dress walked into the hall. This woman was tall. She was wearing a long blue dress that revealed her tall and slender figure. This woman had a delicate face that could be broken by the wind. It was a face that seemed to be made by nature. It was like a masterpiece of the heavens, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Fourth sister, you're back. Yang Qian and the others couldn't help but show joy when they saw this woman. This woman was obviously Yang Lan. Brothers. Yang Lan bowed to her 3 brothers and then came to Yang Tianwen's side. She took out a white jade box and said, Father, this is a 9 spirits return pill. It's a gift from your daughter to you. What? 9 spirits return pill? That's an immortal pill. Yang Tianwen couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. It's an immortal pill. I obtained it when I was training outside. This immortal pill can greatly increase a cultivator's soul force. It's a peerless soul treasure and is greatly beneficial to Father's cultivation. Yang Lan said. The surrounding guests all looked at Yang Tianwen with envy. One of them said, Brother Tianwen is really lucky to have such a beautiful and promising daughter like Lan. How enviable. The rest of the people also chimed in. Yang Tianwen also felt very proud and couldn't help but smile and say, Lan, this girl has been here for so many years. She is indeed very outstanding. Lan pays her respects to the seniors. Young Lan bowed to the surrounding guests. This is, Young Lan saw Lin Feng. Because among the guests present, only Lin Feng was very young. Moreover, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on her. This caused Young Lan to frown slightly. She was a little unhappy and couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng a little. Yang Tianwen and Young Lan's brothers, as well as the guests, had also noticed that Lin Feng had been sizing up Young Lan. Those people couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng a lot more in their hearts. A person who was infatuated with women, he definitely wouldn't have any great achievements. Of course, they still had to give Yang Kuan face, so they didn't say much. After hearing Young Lan's question, Lin Feng came back to his senses. After seeing Young Lan just now, Lin Feng was a little lost in thought. Because Young Lan and Hua Yihan had some similarities. In a trance, Lin Feng even thought that the person who appeared in front of him was Hua Yihan, who was sleeping in the 3 lives, 3 worlds coffin, who had woken up. However, Lin Feng knew Young Lan wasn't Hua Yihan. Although they had some similarities, it was obvious that they weren't the same person. Whether it was their demeanor or personality, they weren't the same person. Lin Feng could see the mocking expression in the depths of Young Lan's eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He cupped his fists and said, Yang Kuan's friend, surnamed Lin, named Feng. Oh, Yang Lan responded and then ignored Lin Feng. He was just a nobody. She didn't care about him. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Outside, the demonic fog rolled, and that cloud of demonic fog occupied the top of the Yang family. Devil Dao expert. He's coming with ill intentions. After sensing the aura outside, Yang Kuan's expression changed slightly, and his voice was somewhat solemn. Chapter 3447. Look, a cloud of demonic fog has appeared above the Yang clan. It seems to be a demon Dao expert. That expert is openly releasing his powerful aura. Clearly, he doesn't come with good intentions. That's right. I wonder who that person is. Let's go and take a look. Dark Nether City. Countless cultivators could not help but exclaim in shock. Then, they quickly flew toward the Yang clan. He's at least a third or fourth Heaven Imperial Emperor. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. The other party was definitely a terrifying existence. Who are you? Why have you come to my Yang clan? Yang Tianwen's expression turned solemn. Although he was also in the Imperial Emperor realm, he was only a first Heaven Imperial Emperor realm cultivator. Naturally, he could not fight against this existence. Yang Tianwen, my master wants me to ask you something. Is the item in your Yang clan's collection still here? The terrifying existence in the demonic fog said coldly. That existence didn't mention what he was talking about because he knew that Yang Tianwen definitely knew what he was talking about. Yang Tianwen's expression changed when he heard the cultivator's words. He said in a deep voice, I don't know what you're talking about. Our Yang clan doesn't have what you need. Please leave. Ha 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 ha. If our master says we have it, then we have it. The existence in the demonic fog laughed loudly. Who is your master? Yang Tianwen asked in a deep voice. My master is Ling Shuzi. The existence in the demonic fog said in a sinister voice. What? Ling Shuzi is your master? Yang Tianwen's expression changed drastically. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. Ling Shuzi was a terrifying existence. It was said that he had obtained a great opportunity. It seemed like he was not far from breaking through to the sovereign realm. This existence occupied a star field and built Ling Shuzi Mountain. This existence and the forces that destroyed the great world had always minded their own business. Now that he had sent a subordinate here, it seemed like he had obtained extremely accurate information. Since you know my master's reputation, you should cooperate obediently. The terrifying existence in the demonic fog continued. Yang Tianwen's expression was extremely ugly. That item was definitely not to be handed over. He said in a deep voice, Master Ling Shuzi must be mistaken. Our Yang family doesn't have the item that you want. If you don't believe me, I can open the door of the treasury and let you search for it. The being in the demonic fog said coldly, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wouldn't it be easy to hide a treasure? Why put it in the treasury? My master has already given the order to give you 3 days to prepare. If you dare to disobey, your entire Yang family will be wiped out. In 3 days, I will be here. Whether you hand over that thing, or your entire clan will be wiped out, it's up to you. After the being in the demonic fog finished speaking, it quickly flew into the distance. Brother Dugo, please help our Yang family. Yang Tianwen quickly looked at a middle-aged cultivator. The cultivator Yang Tianwen, addressed as Brother Dugu, was an elder of the Divine Moon sect. He was called Dugu Shan. He had a high position and authority. When Dugu Shan heard Yang Tianwen's cry for help, he said with a fake smile, Brother Yang, that Ling Shuzi is a ruthless person. Our Divine Moon sect can't afford to offend him. However, since he wants that item, we'll just have to hand it over. I'm afraid, even if we hand it over, our entire Yang family will still be wiped out. Yang Tianwen said with an ugly expression. Ling Shuzi was ruthless. The item the Yang family had should be extremely extraordinary. To keep it a secret, Ling Shuzi could indeed wipe out the entire Yang family. These experts, which one of them wasn't an existence that killed without batting an eyelid? Ling Shuzi, he was one of the best among them. When Dugu Shan heard Yang Tianwen's words, he knew that this matter might be more troublesome than he had imagined. He said, Brother Yang, you're on your own now. After Dugu Shan said that, he quickly left. As for the others, they didn't dare to stay. They didn't even dare to say another word to Yang Tianwen, afraid that they would get into trouble. They all quickly left. These people are all greedy and afraid of death. Previously, they called father his brother, but now that our Yang family is in trouble, they're all running away faster than the other. How hateful. Yang Hai couldn't help but say viciously. Now, his face was extremely pale because he had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. Not only Yang Hai, but everyone in the Yang family present was as pale as a sheet, their eyes filled with horror. "Why don't we run away quickly?" Yang Kuan said. Yang Tianwen shook his head and said, "There's no way we can escape. Why don't we go to the Moon God sect and plead for mercy?" Yang Qian said. Yang Tianwen sighed and said, Du Guoshan's attitude just now is the Moon God sect's attitude. The Moon God sect won't interfere in this matter. Yang Jiang said viciously, Our Yang family pays so many tributes to the Moon God sect every year, but the Moon God sect doesn't help us. I curse this faction to be reduced to ashes in the future. Yang Tianwen looked at Yang Lan and asked, Lan can you go and beg Fairy Yuanfa? Perhaps she can save our Yang family. Yang Lan said, My master isn't destroying the world. Hearing this, the group of Yang family members all showed deep despair. Yang Lan said, But don't worry, father. I have a friend coming tomorrow. My friend will definitely solve our Yang family's crisis. After hearing Yang Lan's words, the group of Yang family members' eyes lit up. Good, good, good. That's great. Yang Tianwen smiled. He continued, Lan you must be tired from the long journey. Go to your room and rest for a while. Okay. Yang Lan nodded and left the hall. Yang Tianwen, Yang Qian, Yang Hai, and Yang Jiang also walked out. Before leaving, Yang Qian glanced at Lin Feng, then looked at Yang Qian and said, Brother Kuan, when making friends, you should make friends with people of the same status as us. Don't casually make friends with people without status, or people with no status. After saying that, Yang Qian, Yang Tianwen, and the others left together. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect cousin to say something like that. Yang Kuan's face revealed an extremely awkward expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's fine. In any case, I'm not making friends with them. I'm making friends with you, Brother Yang. Yang Kuan said, Brother Lin is really magnanimous. It's admirable. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kuan continued, Now that the Yang family is facing the danger of being exterminated, I'm worried that cousin's friend won't really have a way to solve our Yang family's crisis. Brother Lin has nothing to do with this matter. For safety's sake, Brother Lin should leave first. Lin Feng smiled and said, I feel that Yang Lan's friend might really be a powerful person. I want to stay and watch the show. Chapter 34-48. The next day, the Yang family was decorated with lanterns and decorations. It was even more magnificent than when Yang Tianwen celebrated his birthday. What the hell is the Yang family doing? They're about to be exterminated, and they're still doing this? That's right. I wonder what the Yang family is thinking. The people outside couldn't help but be puzzled when they saw the decorations of the Yang family. The Yang family. Now, they were in danger. However, the Yang family's actions were too abnormal. Many forces lingered around the Yang family, wanting to see what the Yang family was up to. In the afternoon, a very handsome young master came to the Yang family. Yang Tianwen led everyone from the Yang family out to welcome this young master. Senior brother Zhao, you're here. After seeing this handsome man, Yang Lan revealed a look of joy. This cultivator was called Zhao Fanxian. This Zhao Fanxian was not a simple person. His family ruled a huge star field. Although Zhao Fanxian was not a direct descendant of the family. However, because of his outstanding talent, Zhao Fanxian's status in the Zhao family was not inferior to the direct descendants. Yang Lan had met Zhao Fanxian when she went out with her master. She had seen Zhao Fanxian fight with an Imperial Emperor-level cultivator and not lose. This showed how powerful Zhao Fanxian's cultivation was. Zhao Fanxian had the intention to pursue Yang Lan. However, Yang Lan heard that Zhao Fanxian was a womanizer. Moreover, he had abandoned many women after having sex with them. Therefore, Yang Lan did not accept Zhao Fanxian's pursuit. Previously, when Yang Lan returned to the great world of destruction, Zhao Fanxian told her that he would come later. Now, Yang Lan hoped to use Zhao Fanxian to intimidate Lingshu Zi. So this is nephew Zhao. What a talent, a dragon among men. At this moment, Yang Tianwen said with a smile. This must be Uncle Yang. Fancian greets Uncle Yang. Not only was Zhao Fancian handsome, but he was also very polite. Haha, nephew, you don't have to be so polite. Let's go in and talk. Yang Tianwen said with a smile. Following that, a group of people entered the Yang family. Isn't that guy Zhao Fancian? When did the Yang family have a relationship with Zhao Fancian? A cultivator recognized Zhao Fancian's identity and said aloud, Zhao Fancian? Who was this person? I've never heard of it before. Someone asked doubtfully. There's a northern sacred star field 30 million kilometers northwest of the destruction world. The master of that star field was Zhao Fancian's family. Zhao Fancian has only cultivated for 18,000 years this year, but it is said that his battle prowess is extremely terrifying. He can even kill the giant astral beasts. The cultivator said, Hiss, this person is actually so terrifying. Gasps could be heard one after another. Many people couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression on their faces. Zhao Fancian was so young, but he was actually so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, someone else said, I've heard of this Zhao Fancian. He has great talent and cultivation, but his character isn't very good. It's said that he likes to play with other people's feelings. Many women have been played with by Zhao Fancian and then abandoned by him. I think this Zhao Fancian has most likely hooked up with Yang Lan. Those women are also cheap. She clearly knew that Zhao Fancian's character wasn't good, yet she still followed him. She deserved to be abandoned. That's right. There weren't many good gigolos. Following someone like Zhao Fancian, they only have themselves to blame. Many people couldn't help but say sourly. In fact, they dreamed of becoming someone like Zhao Fancian, who had seen all the beauties in the world. Just thinking about it, they all felt extremely excited. The Yang family attached great importance to Zhao Fancian's arrival because the Yang family saw Zhao Fancian as their life-saving straw. After the host and guests were seated, Yang Tianwen said with a smile, I heard that nephew came specially for Lan for my family's Lan to be able to obtain the love of such a genius like nephew. It's really her blessing of 3 lifetimes of cultivation. This Yang Tianwen was indeed an old fox. When he said these compliments, his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Yang Kuan, felt embarrassed for Yang Tianwen. However, Yang Tianwen remained calm and collected. His face had really been trained to a certain level. Zhao Fancian said, Uncle's words are too much for nephew. Lan Er's beauty, even the fairy 9 heavens, is far from comparable. To be able to meet Lan in this life is nephew's honor. This Zhao Fancian was clearly a very scheming person. His words immediately made Yang Tianwen smile, and Yang Lan Er's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a smile. At this moment, Yang Tianwen gave Yang Lan a look. Yang Lan understood. Then she said, Senior Brother Zhao, now that our Yang family has encountered some danger, I hope that Senior Brother Zhao can make a decision for our Yang family. Zhao Fancian was thinking about how to get Yang Lan but now that he heard Yang Lan words, his eyes immediately lit up. He said with a smile, Lan no matter what it is, Senior Brother will help you solve it. Then Lan will thank Senior Brother Zhao here. Yang Lan bowed to Zhao Fancian. Then she said, The matter is like this. In our star field, there's an Emperor Realm expert called Ling Shuzi. This person has taken a fancy to a treasure of our Yang family and wants to exterminate our Yang family. In another 2 days, one of Ling Shuzi's subordinates will arrive. When that time comes, our Yang family will be finished. Ling Shuzi? An Emperor Realm expert? Zhao Fancian immediately sneered. This Ling Shuzi is really gutsy. Lan don't worry, leave this matter to me. Hearing that, Yang Lan was overjoyed, and Yang Tianwen and the others were even more ecstatic. These people were even more enthusiastic about Zhao Fancian. The Yang family held an extremely lively banquet to entertain Zhao Fancian. During this period, Yang Lan even personally walked to the center of the hall and danced. She was a beautiful woman to begin with. Now that she danced, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yang Lan beauty was a soul-stirring kind of beauty. It directly attacked one's heart. Not to mention this woman's personality, just her appearance, figure, and temperament. She was definitely a rare beauty. Even Zhao Fanxian was mesmerized by her, and he even forgot to drink the wine in his hand. Zhao Fanxian was now praying that Ling Shuzi's subordinates would quickly come to the Yang family to cause trouble. At that time, he would be able to get rid of the other party and display his cultivation in front of Yang Lan. When the Yang family's crisis was resolved, Yang Lan would definitely throw herself at him. Thinking of this. Chapter 3449. Lin Feng was also admiring Yang Lan's graceful and moving dance. Of course, this was purely an admiring gaze. He had no other thoughts about Yang Lan. After Yang Lan's graceful dance ended, Zhao Fanxian clapped his hands and praised. Perhaps even the fairies of the Moon Palace can't compare to Lan. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Zhao. Yang Lan bowed slightly to Zhao Fanxian. These are all words from the bottom of my heart, Zhao Fanxian said with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Fanxian glanced at Lin Feng. He had noticed Lin Feng earlier. Zhao Fanxian had a strange feeling. He had a feeling that Lin Feng was not a simple person. Although Lin Feng's realm did not seem high, Zhao Fanxian felt that Lin Feng was the most dangerous person among all of them. Zhao Fanxian was extremely talented. He had a monstrous perception of the outside world. Moreover, Zhao Fanxian's perception of the outside world was very accurate. He had always been extremely confident in his perception. Therefore, Zhao Fanxian was very interested in Lin Feng's identity. He said with a smile, brother, how should I address you? Everyone looked at Zhao Fanxian. He actually took the initiative to ask about Lin Feng's identity. They could not help but feel very surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. Yang Qian said sarcastically, he's a rogue cultivator my cousin met outside. Lin Feng ignored Yang Qian. Instead, he said his name. Lin Feng? A rogue cultivator? Zhao Fanxian could not help but mutter to himself. He tried hard to search for someone like Lin Feng in his mind. However, he did not have any impression of him. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we spar? Zhao Fanxian could not help but suggest. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not know why Zhao Fanxian would want to spar with him. However, Lin Feng had no intention of sparring with Zhao Fanxian, because Lin Feng was not interested in this kind of sparring. Lin Feng had experienced it before. Most of the time, it was actual combat, a battle of life and death. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Zhao Fanxian would ask Lin Feng to spar. Zhao Fanxian was such a powerful figure. Wouldn't he be able to crush Lin Feng to death with a single move? My apologies. Not interested. Lin Feng said. Yang Qian said unhappily. It's your fortune that brother Zhao wants to spar with you. How dare you refuse? So what if I refuse? I'm not interested in this kind of spar. Lin Feng said. Yang Tianwen, Yang Qian, Yang Hai, Yang Jiang, Yang Lan and the others all looked at Lin Feng with disdain. In their opinion, it wasn't that Lin Feng wasn't interested. It was more like they didn't dare to make a move. Because Lin Feng knew his own capabilities. How could he dare to fight with Zhao Fanxian? Lin Feng only smiled faintly at the ridicule of the Yang family. He didn't take it to heart at all. Zhao Fanxian said, it's just a spar. Don't overdo it. Brother Lin, don't you dare? Zhao Fanxian wanted to provoke Lin Feng into making a move. Lin Feng still shook his head. All experts had their own dignity. Originally, Zhao Fanxian thought that Lin Feng was hiding his strength, so he wanted to test Lin Feng's depth. But he provoked Lin Feng in that way. Lin Feng was still indifferent and unwilling to accept the challenge. If Lin Feng was really a powerful cultivator, how could he endure such provocation? But now, Lin Feng didn't dare to accept the challenge. This proved that his previous guess was wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhao Fanxian's mouth curled up into a sneer. Zhao Fanxian was a very arrogant person. If Lin Feng was on the same level as him, he might take him seriously. He was also happy to make friends with Lin Feng. But after determining that Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't strong, Zhao Fanxian looked at Lin Feng with a trace of contempt. Moreover, Lin Feng was still a human cultivator. Many cultivators of the human race looked down on the declining human race. Zhao Fanxian was the same. If Brother Zhao wants to spar, I can be Brother Zhao's sparring partner. There's no need to spar with a cultivator who hasn't even entered the Emperor realm. That would be a disgrace to Brother Zhao's status. Yang Qian said. His words revealed his ridicule and contempt for Lin Feng. Cousin, don't go too far. Yang Kuan said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng was his savior, so he would naturally protect Lin Feng. And humiliating Lin Feng now was no different from humiliating him. Cousin, don't mind it. I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean anything else. Yang Qian said. He still had to pay a little attention to Yang Kuan. Among the direct descendants of the Yang family, Yang Kuan's talent made Yang Qian very jealous. Of course, Yang Qian wouldn't directly show his jealousy of Yang Kuan on his face. After all, they were from the same family. If he directly showed his emotions on his face, then it would be a falling out. How would they get along in the future? Yang Kuan looked at Lin Feng, wanting to express his apology. Lin Feng patted Yang Kuan's shoulder and smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't take what had just happened to heart. Yang Kuan couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was broad and broad. Ordinary people couldn't compare with him. And Yang Kuan had a special feeling that Lin Feng was not simple to be able to control such a powerful ancient starship. How could Lin Feng be as simple as he appeared to be on the surface? The banquet ended. Lin Feng returned to his residence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, it was the day that Ling Shuzi's subordinate was going to come again. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out. Demonic fog rolled. Ling Shuzi's subordinate came again. Yang Tianwen, is the thing ready? Ling Shuzi's subordinate sneered. Such a powerhouse would be an overlord in the starry sky world. Now that he had come, he could suppress the world. I heard that the Yang family invited Zhao Fanxian. I wonder if Zhao Fanxian will risk offending Ling Shuzi to help the Yang family? Although that cultivator in the demonic fog hasn't shown himself, he's definitely a terrifying figure. I'm afraid Zhao Fanxian won't be a match for him, right? There were many cultivators around to watch the show. They surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many people were discussing. The arrival of the cultivator in the demonic fog attracted the attention of too many people. The Yang family. Today, would they be destroyed? This was the answer that everyone wanted to know. Don't go too far. Our Yang family is not to be trifled with. At most, we'll fight to the death. Now that the Yang family had Zhao Fanxian's support, Yang Tianwen was very confident. He couldn't help but sneer. Fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to destroy your Yang family today. Chapter 3450. The palm strike from the being in the demonic mist was so powerful that it sent chills down one's spine. This being's cultivation was at least at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the sovereign emperor realm. Therefore, his strength far surpassed Yang Tianwen's. His palm strike came down. Yang Tianwen could not block this terrifying attack at all. At this moment, Zhao Fanxian, who had been silent all this while, snorted coldly. He took a step forward. Then, he punched out. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Zhao Fanxian and the being in the demonic mist collided fiercely. Both sides were evenly matched. Who are you? The being in the demonic mist asked coldly. A pair of cold and terrifying eyes looked at Zhao Fanxian coldly. Northern Sacred Starfield. Zhao Fanxian. Zhao Fanxian's expression was indifferent and incomparably arrogant. He had an arrogant expression on his face. Although the being in the demonic mist was very powerful, Zhao Fanxian did not think much of him. Zhao Fanxian came from a big faction. The cultivator in the demonic mist was just a subordinate. There was a huge gap in status between the two sides. As a result, Zhao Fanxian was even more disdainful of the cultivator in the demonic mist. Of course, Zhao Fanxian was indeed a very strong person. Although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. I've heard of the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan, but this is the 9 Mysteries Starfield. The Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan has no right to interfere here, right? The being in the demonic mist sneered. Then, he could not help but mock. As for the direct descendants of the northern sacred starfields Zhao clan, I've also heard of them. I don't think there's anyone called Zhao Fanxian, right? Since you say you're from the northern sacred starfield, you must be a disciple of the Side family. A mere disciple of the Side family doesn't have the right to be arrogant, right? Of course, some people might use the northern sacred starfield's Zhao clan's name to intimidate others. I've seen many such people. You dare to insult me? Zhao Fanxian's face turned gloomy. The being in the demonic mist's words were simply heart-wrenching. Every word hit Zhao Fanxian's sore spot. This made Zhao Fanxian gnash her teeth in hatred. I'm just stating a fact. If you think that I'm insulting you, then it means that your mental fortitude is too weak. A cultivator with such a weak mental fortitude is destined to not go far on the path of cultivation. Perhaps it will be a temporary glory, but in the end, it will still fall like a meteor. The being in the demonic fog continued. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, soared into the sky. Powerful magic power surged out of his body. Zhao Fanxian was clearly enraged. He took the initiative to attack. These two are not simple, but Zhao Fanxian is still a little too young. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Zhao Fanxian was very powerful. However, he was unable to withstand the provocation of the cultivator within the demonic fog. Although Zhao Fanxian was quite shrewd. However, the older, the wiser. The being in the demonic mist was clearly more experienced. Zhao Fanxian was enraged. His combat strength would definitely be affected to a certain extent. Of course, that was if Zhao Fanxian's battle prowess could greatly suppress the existence within the demonic mist. Even though his combat power was affected due to his anger, this influence was not enough to change the battle situation. However, if Zhao Fanxian's battle prowess was on par with the existence within the demonic mist, this influence, perhaps it would have the effect of changing the battle situation. At that time, Zhao Fanxian would very likely be defeated by the existence within the demonic mist. Of course, whether Zhao Fanxian won or lost, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. The reason why Lin Feng stayed to watch the show. The biggest reason was that he was very interested in the Yang family's treasure. That treasure was obviously extremely extraordinary. What exactly was it? If there was a chance, Lin Feng didn't mind taking that treasure for himself. At this time, Zhao Fanxian and the existence within the demonic mist were engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides exchanged more than 10 attacks in a row. They had been evenly matched all the time. Zhao Fanxian was indeed powerful, and he was indeed talented. The battle prowess of the cultivator within the demonic mist was also extremely terrifying. It was shocking. After fighting for so many rounds in a row, it had been difficult for both sides to win against each other. It was at this moment that Zhao Fanxian unleashed an incredible ultimate skill. Zhao Fanxian's body suddenly became bright and dazzling. His body seemed to have transformed into the eternal holy light. Then, he quickly rushed towards the terrifying existence within the demonic mist. Strong. He was really too strong. The aura emitted from Zhao Fanxian's body made people unable to help but feel a sense of extreme horror. The existence within the demonic mist was not to be outdone. The demonic mist rolled, and the shadow of a demonic bell condensed in the demonic mist. That demonic bell was incomparably terrifying. There was a slight tremor in the void, as if it could collapse 100,000 starry sky worlds. The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into collided with the demonic bell. Then, something shocking happened. The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into actually tore the demonic bell apart. Then, the eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into slashed towards the existence within the demonic mist. Zhao Fanxian seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth, the eternal between heaven and earth. This divine ability was truly peerless and terrifying. The existence within the demonic mist obviously didn't expect Zhao Fanxian's attack to be so powerful that it directly broke his divine ability, because the expression of the existence within the demonic mist changed greatly. His reaction was extremely fast. When the eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into slashed towards him, he hurriedly condensed dense defensive runes to protect himself. Bang! The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into bombarded the body of the existence within the demonic mist. Because of the protection of the defensive runes, that existence's physical body was not torn apart. However, the powerful impact still caused great damage to the living beings in the demonic fog. The sound of bones cracking could not help but be heard. It was unknown how many bones in the body of the existence within the demonic mist were broken. His entire body was blasted away, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Zhao Fanxian rushed forward, wanting to kill the cultivator in the demonic mist. However, the cultivator in the demonic mist instantly crushed a jade talisman. That was a precious space-time teleportation jade talisman. After the jade talisman was crushed, the space-time power blessed the existence within the demonic mist. Swish! With a flash of light, the existence within the demonic mist instantly disappeared without a trace with the space-time teleportation jade talisman. And this battle ended with Zhao Fanxian's victory. Zhao Fanxian stood in the void, dressed in snow-white clothes, his gaze arrogant and cold. Chapter 3451. This Zhao Fanxian's cultivation is really powerful. Even the existence in the demonic mist is not his match. I really wonder what realm this person is at. Yeah, Zhao Fanxian is really terrifying. His future is simply limitless. Many people could not help but whisper to each other. Zhao Fanxian was indeed too extraordinary. It caused many people to exclaim in surprise. At this moment, even Yang Lan Er's gaze towards Zhao Fanxian changed. Yang Lan Er was extremely arrogant, and her standards were extremely high. She would not easily fall in love with a man, unless that man was extremely outstanding. And now, it seemed that Zhao Fanxian was such a man. He was handsome, powerful, and had an extraordinary background. Other than Zhao Fanxian's reputation in terms of women, he was really a near-perfect man. If she were to take Zhao Fanxian in the future, with her beauty and means, would she be afraid that she could not subdue Zhao Fanxian? Yang Lan Er could not help but think in her heart. She was extremely confident in herself. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. This Zhao Fanxian might have defeated the cultivator in the demonic mist. However, that cultivator was only a subordinate of Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi would definitely be furious. Once a powerful expert like Ling Shuzi was angry, it was definitely not something that Zhao Fanxian could contend with, since Ling Shuzi was determined to get that supreme treasure. Then, Ling Shuzi would not let it go. If Ling Shuzi came, no one could save the Yang family. Zhao Fanxian could not save them either. As for Zhao Fanxian's extraordinary identity, it was useless here. This was the Great Destruction World, not the Northern Sacred Star Field. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, flew down. Everyone from the Yang family hurriedly surrounded Zhao Fanxian. Nephew is really resourceful. With your talent, you will definitely become an Emperor Lord level powerhouse in the future. You will be invincible in the world. Yang Tianwen could not help but praise. These flattering words were said so naturally by Yang Tianwen. Lin Feng had already seen Yang Tianwen's skin that was as thick as a city wall. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange when he heard Yang Tianwen's words. Thank you for your compliment, uncle. My goal is to ascend to immortality. Being an imperial emperor is just a stepping stone, Zhao Fanxian proudly declared. Yang Lan Er smiled and said, Lan Er believes that senior brother Zhao can definitely do it in the future. Thank you for your kind words, Lan Er. Zhao Fanxian smiled. A group of people welcomed Zhao Fanxian into the Yang family mansion. The entire Dark Nether City was talking about the battle between Zhao Fanxian and the cultivator in the demonic fog. Zhao Fanxian became famous in a single battle. Countless people couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Many female cultivators found it even harder to forget Zhao Fanxian after seeing him. They would talk about him every day, and some even suffered from lovesickness. Yang family. Main hall. Yang Lan'er said, Senior brother Zhao, now that Ling Shuzi's subordinates have been beaten back, I'm worried that Ling Shuzi will personally come. If he comes, then the situation will be extremely bad. Hearing this, the faces of the Yang family members became solemn. Indeed, if an expert like Ling Shuzi personally came, it would definitely be a disaster for the Yang family. unless Zhao Fanxian could resist Ling Shuzi. But that was not realistic. Therefore, the Yang family hoped that Zhao Fanxian could invite the experts of the Zhao family behind Zhao Fanxian to help them resolve the crisis. Zhao Fanxian said, Ling Shuzi is indeed very powerful, but I don't take him seriously. I have a way to deal with him. What? Senior brother Zhao has a way to deal with an expert like Ling Shuzi? Yang Lan immediately cried out in surprise, unable to believe her ears. As for the group of people from the Yang family, they all looked at Zhao Fanxian with deep shock. Of course, just wait and see. Zhao Fanxian said confidently, when the time comes, I'll have to trouble senior brother Zhao to take action. Yang Lan looked at Zhao Fanxian with a hint of admiration. Zhao Fanxian smiled. Everything was under his control. Perhaps soon, he was about to embrace the beauty. There was no woman that he, Zhao Fanxian, couldn't get. 10 days later, a cultivator wearing a Taoist robe arrived at the Great Destruction World. The cultivator in the Taoist robe had a thin figure and a gaze that was as sharp as a knife. This cultivator's body emitted a cold and terrifying aura, which was the complete opposite of the righteous aura of the Taoist sect. Although this cultivator was wearing a Taoist robe, he shouldn't be a real Taoist. And this cultivator was none other than the famous Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi arrived with an icy gaze. Someone had actually attacked for the Yang family and injured his subordinates. As the saying goes, if you want to beat a dog, you have to see who its owner is. Since the other party dared to attack, it meant that they didn't give him any face at all. Ling Shuzi was a vicious and merciless person with a vicious mind. Moreover, this person was vengeful. All these years, those who offended Ling Shuzi didn't have a good ending. Not long after, Ling Shuzi arrived at Shiming City. Yang family. They were still waiting for Ling Shuzi's arrival. However, Zhao Fanxian was here. Yang family. He wasn't afraid of Ling Shuzi. Who dares to go against this poor Taoist? Come out and accept your death. Ling Shuzi walked towards the Yang family. Ling Shuzi. It's Ling Shuzi. He's going to attack personally. Ling Shuzi is a cultivator who's extremely close to the sovereign realm. Now that Ling Shuzi is here, that Zhao Fanxian won't be a match for Ling Shuzi at all. Just wait and see. The Yang family will definitely be destroyed this time. That's right, Ling Shuzi is too powerful. No one can fight against him. Although that Zhao Fanxian is strong, compared to Ling Shuzi, he's too far away. Many people couldn't help but discuss. They didn't think highly of Zhao Fanxian. Zhao Fanxian and a group of people from the Yang family rushed out. Lin Feng was still watching the conflict with the attitude of watching a show. Your Excellency, your words are too harsh. Zhao Fanxian looked coldly at Ling Shuzi. Ignorant child, who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in this poor Taoist matter? I think you're tired of living. Ling Shuzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ling Shuzi's hands were stained with the blood of countless cultivators. He was a great devil that everyone feared. Now, Ling Shuzi wanted to kill Zhao Fanxian. This person would definitely not let Zhao Fanxian go. Ling Shuzi, I'm from the Zhao family, the master of Northern Sacred Star region. If you know what's good for you, leave now. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened today. Zhao Fanxian put his hands behind his back and looked at Ling Shuzi indifferently. Now, he had brought out the force behind him, the Zhao family. Chapter 3452. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. The Zhao family was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to make an expert like Ling Shuzi fear them. They were not from the same starfield at all. Generally, there were very few conflicts between forces from different starfields. Once there was a conflict, it might be a war between starfields. The Zhao family was actually able to stand for so many years without falling. Firstly, it had to do with the Zhao family's powerful strength. Secondly, it had to do with the Zhao family's ability to deal with conflicts between starfields. The Zhao family was very high profile, but that was within the Northern Sacred Starfield, which was their own territory. They could be as high profile as they wanted. After all, the entire starfield was ruled by the Zhao family. And now, Zhao Fanxian had not changed his arrogant attitude even after leaving the Northern Sacred Starfield. Ling Shuzi sneered and said, What a reckless thing. A mere disciple of the Zhao family, a force from the northern sacred starfield, actually came to the great world of destruction to show off. What a joke. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Shuzi attacked and blasted a palm towards Zhao Fanxian. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. The power caused by an Emperor Realm expert's attack was truly peerless and terrifying. It was shocking to the extreme, as expected of an Emperor Ancestor Realm expert. The pressure emitted from Ling Shuzi's body. It was already unbearable for many cultivators who were watching the show, and that pressure, it was not targeted at the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show, but even so, many of the spectating cultivators also spat out mouthfuls of blood due to the terrifying pressure. Their faces were pale. Retreat. Many people cried out in horror. Many cultivators were retreating quickly, not daring to get close to the center of the battle, because it was too dangerous. If they were careless, he might die and his Dao would vanish. Facing Ling Shuzi's powerful attack, Zhao Fanxian's face revealed an incomparably cold smile. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my power, Zhao Fanxian shouted coldly. Then, a large amount of golden light surged out from his body, and those golden light rays, they surrounded Zhao Fanxian's body. Under the support of the golden light, Zhao Fanxian seemed to have completely changed into a different person. His cultivation level soared. Bang! With a violent clash, Zhao Fanxian and Ling Shuzi's attacks collided. Zhao Fanxian had actually neutralized Ling Shuzi's attack. It was truly inconceivable. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. How did Zhao Fanxian do it? Could it be that nephew Zhao is the reincarnation of an immortal? He actually blocked Ling Shuzi's attack? Yang Tian exclaimed, "Geniuses, truly geniuses." Yang Qian and the others sighed, looking at Zhao Fanxian and the others with envious expressions. Yang Lan's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Isn't Zhao Fanxian a little too terrifying? How powerful. He is still so young, yet he is already able to contend against Ling Shuzi. Just how strong will he be in the future? Yeah, he's really too strong. This Zhao Fanxian will definitely become the supreme overlord of the starry sky world in the future. Many spectators couldn't help but say. They were deeply intimidated by Zhao Fanxian's terrifying battle prowess. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding people, Zhao Fanxian's face couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. He liked the feeling of being looked up to. You must have used the Zhao clan's invulnerable glass golden body, right? I've been to the northern sacred starfield in the past, so I have some understanding of the Zhao clan's invulnerable glass golden body. Although your techniques are extraordinary now, this isn't your true strength. Ling Shuzi couldn't help but sneer. Zhao Fanxian said coldly, "You're wrong. This is my true strength. Don't forget that treasures, clones, and other techniques are all a part of one's strength. The world of cultivators is a world that only cares about the results, not the process." Ling Shuzi said, "You're right. However, do you think that a mere invulnerable glass golden body is enough to contend against me? That's just wishful thinking. I haven't even used 1/10 of my battle prowess. How arrogant. When I defeat you later, I'd like to see if you still dare to say such words." Zhao Fanxian couldn't help but sneer. Next, Zhao Fanxian took the initiative to attack Ling Shuzi. Zhao Fanxian opened his hand, which was surrounded by an endless amount of golden light. Zhao Fanxian attacked Ling Shuzi with his palm. One could vaguely see that the golden light had condensed into countless runes. No one knew what kind of divine ability Zhao Fanxian was using. However, it was definitely an unparalleled divine ability. Ling Shuzi sneered and attacked as well. He attacked with a sky-flipping palm towards Zhao Fanxian. The sky-flipping palm was extremely powerful. It was as if it could turn the world upside down. Bam! Accompanied by a violent collision, Zhao Fanxian and Ling Shuzi collided again. This time, Zhao Fanxian was sent flying by Ling Shuzi. Barf! He spat out mouthfuls of blood in midair. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Fanxian was severely injured, and the golden light surrounding his body dissipated. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, fell straight to the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet. The attack just now had caused Zhao Fanxian serious damage. Zhao Fanxian no longer had the strength to fight. Oh no! The expressions of the Yang family members changed drastically. Zhao Fanxian was defeated. Then, wouldn't the Yang family be massacred? Everyone's heart. It instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Fear, despair. It shrouded everyone's heart. Zhao Fanxian has been defeated. The Yang family is finished this time. Many cultivators who were watching the battle exclaimed. Everyone knew that. This time, the Yang family was definitely finished. No one could save the Yang family anymore. The Yang family, they should be killed. However, Yang Lan doesn't have to die. It would be a pity to kill such a beauty. She can become my cultivation cauldron. Ling Shuzi couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Any cauldron would definitely end up in an extremely miserable state. Yang Lan naturally knew what would happen if she became a cauldron. However, now, the Yang family had no way to resist Ling Shuzi. Because Ling Shuzi's strength was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel despair. Beauty, come on. Ling Shuzi laughed loudly and reached out to grab Yang Lan how dare you? Yang Tianwan couldn't help but roar and pounce towards Ling Shuzi. Although Yang Tianwan was a little snobbish, he gave his all to his daughter. However, he was willing to give his all to his daughter. Perhaps this was the fearless spirit of a father. Therefore, although he knew that he was no match for Ling Shuzi, Yang Tianwan continued to charge towards Ling Shuzi without fear of death. Ling Shuzi's gaze turned cold and the big hand that was originally grabbing Yang Lan changed to slapping towards Yang Tianwan. Chapter 34:53. Father. Seeing that Yang Tianwan was seriously injured, Yang Laner immediately pounced on him. Beauty who can't escape. Ling Shuzi sneered and continued to grab Yang Laner with his big hand. Many people were watching this scene from afar, but no one made a move. No one would offend an expert like Ling Shuzi for the Yang family. Even the experts whose cultivation could suppress Ling Shuzi were definitely not willing to offend an existence like Ling Shuzi. No. Yang Laner screamed in horror. She didn't want to become Ling Shuzi's furnace. That was definitely an extremely sad thing. When the time came, she would rather die. However, Yang Lan discovered that at this time, she had no one to respond to her cries. No one could save her. Yang Laner was in despair. This despair, it made her feel extremely sad. Such a beauty is actually going to become Ling Shuzi's furnace. What a pity. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Yang Laner was a peerless beauty. A woman who was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Now, but she had to face such a tragedy. Many people couldn't bear to see it. However, no one dared to make a move for Yang Laner. They couldn't afford to offend an expert like Ling Shuzi. Even if they wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, they had to weigh their own strength first. Just as Yang Laner was about to be caught by Ling Shuzi, a faint laughter suddenly sounded. Wearing a Taoist robe but doing such a dirty thing. I wonder if those real Taoist masters will come to deal with you. A fake Taoist master? I think you'd better leave with your tail between your legs. If a Taoist master really comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. When this voice came out, everyone was stunned on the spot. Obviously, the person who spoke was mocking Ling Shuzi, who was wearing a Taoist robe. Who? How could he be so daring? He actually dared to mock Ling Shuzi. It was really unimaginable. Did he not want to live anymore? There was someone who thought that their life was too long? Even Ling Shuzi stopped in his tracks. Ling Shuzi's eyes were extremely gloomy. Someone actually dared to mock him in front of so many people. Wasn't this a slap to his face? How could Ling Shuzi tolerate it? Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. Everyone saw. The person who spoke. It was an extremely young human cultivator. Among those present, no one recognized Lin Feng. Who is this kid? How dare you mock Ling Shuzi? He seems to be just a quasi-emperor cultivator. You are courting death. Courting death. This brat is simply courting death. Just wait and see. This brat is dead for sure. Ling Shuzi will not let this brat go. This kid will die in an incomparably miserable way. Many people couldn't help but discuss. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. "It's him," Yang Lan looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She never thought that Lin Feng would stand up for her at this time, although he had looked down on Lin Feng before. But now, Yang Laner's view of Lin Feng had changed a little. Lin Feng's realm was not high, but at the very least, Lin Feng was still a man. He would stand up for her. At this moment, Yang Lan still thought that Lin Feng admired her. That was why he stood up for her. But in reality, Lin Feng did not do it because of Yang Lan. It was because the Yang family's treasure. He decided to help the Yang family, but the prerequisite was that the Yang family had to give him the treasure. If the Yang family did not know how to appreciate favors, then Lin Feng could not be bothered with their life and death. At most, he would help Yang Kuan and Yang Kuan's parents. As for the rest of the Yang family, for example, what did the life and death of Yang Tianwen, Yang Lan Yang Qian have to do with Lin Feng? Lin Feng was not a savior. Why should he save them? Brat, are you trying to be a hero saving a beauty? But unfortunately, with your little strength, you are not qualified to be a hero saving a beauty. The corner of Ling Shuzi's mouth curled up into a sinister expression, and he said with a sinister smile, "But don't worry, this penniless priest will not kill you directly later, but will torture you until you are better off dead. This penniless priest will then kill you. This is the miserable outcome of provoking this penniless priest." As the sound of his voice faded, Ling Shuzi directly slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm. A large energy handprint immediately condensed and charged towards Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively, he was still a little lacking when it came to dealing with Ling Shuzi. However, Lin Feng was not afraid of Ling Shuzi, because even though his cultivation might not be able to defeat Ling Shuzi, but Lin Feng had many tricks up his sleeves. He had many powerful magic treasures, and the help of magic iron. In addition, it was time for the great desolate demon refining insects to reveal their fangs. True incantation of the army. Stone sword birth. Lin Feng activated the true incantation of the army. All of a sudden, 3 stone swords flew out. Under the control of the true incantation of the army, the 3 stone swords unleashed an extremely terrifying power and instantly charged towards Ling Shuzi. The large energy handprint that Ling Shuzi condensed, it was instantly broken by Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Then, the 3 stone swords quickly arrived in front of Ling Shuzi and slashed towards him. Ling Shuzi's expression could not help but change slightly. His reaction was fast enough. He flicked the sword 3 times in a row across the void. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 stone swords were actually hit by an invisible force and changed their direction. However, at this moment, behind Ling Shuzi, the void split open. Magic iron flew out and smashed towards Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was indeed an expert of the high-level Emperor sect. He was actually able to react at such a close distance. Ling Shuzi turned around and punched the magic iron. Clang! The magic iron collided with Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi underestimated the magic iron's strength. The magic iron directly smashed Ling Shuzi's fist until it was deformed. Blood immediately flowed out. "Come out, Chaos Demon Refining Bugs." Lin Feng waved his hand. All of a sudden, the Chaos Demon Refining Bugs covered the sky and pounced towards Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi was surrounded by a huge group of Chaos Fiend Refining Bugs. Ling Shuzi attacked in a frenzy, trying to destroy the Chaos Demon Refining Bugs. However, the Chaos Demon Refining Bugs were too powerful. Although some of the desolate demon refining insects were killed by Ling Shuzi, most of them were still in good condition. Moreover, many of them bit off a piece of Ling Shuzi's flesh. It was extremely ferocious. In addition, Emotai was continuously attacking Ling Shuzi from the side. All of a sudden, Ling Shuzi was trapped between heaven and earth. "I am the Supreme. Reincarnation is immortal. I have eternal life." At this moment, Lin Feng stepped out. At that moment, a terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. It was the Supreme Aura. The Supreme Aura. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Countless cultivators who were watching the show could not withstand the terrifying aura from Lin Feng's body. They immediately knelt on the ground. "Oh my God, just how powerful is he?" Chapter 3454. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng was provoking Ling Zi. It was an act of seeking death, but now they knew that they were gravely mistaken. Lin Feng's strength shocked everyone's hearts. Yang Lan looked at Lin Feng without blinking. Her breathing seemed to have become a little rapid. Wasn't this the man she wanted to see even in her dreams? Boom! Finally, Lin Feng unleashed an unparalleled punch. He unleashed the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, a powerful ability. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. It was Lin Feng's trump card. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, all the abilities that Lin Feng cultivated were activated together. 2,400 types of 3,000 Great Dao, all kinds of powerful immortal techniques, emperor techniques, and so on. These super abilities were continuously enhancing the might of the Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Strong. Too powerful. The power of this punch was unimaginably powerful. Of course, such a powerful ability also consumed a lot of his mana. Lin Feng couldn't hold on for too long. However, Lin Feng felt that, even if he could only hold on for a short period of time, it was already enough. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Enough. At this moment, it destroyed Ling Zi's defense. When Lin Feng's invincible punch came, Ling Zi's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't believe it. A quasi-emperor realm cultivator could actually unleash such a terrifying battle strength. In Ling Zi's opinion, Lin Feng must have borrowed the power of some magic treasure to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. With just Lin Feng alone, absolutely impossible. But this time, Ling Zi guessed wrong. This was Lin Feng's peak battle strength. This was Lin Feng's own Dao. It was also Lin Feng's most powerful ability. Ling Zi was entangled by the primordial demon refining insects and demon iron. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to deal with Lin Feng with all his strength. However, Ling Zi was indeed a terrifying person. His reaction was extremely fast. Although he was entangled by the prehistoric demon refining insect and the devil iron, he was still able to escape. When Lin Feng's fist moved towards him, Lin Feng's expression changed. Ling Zi still threw out a punch to counter Lin Feng's attack. Ling Zi's fist was surrounded by an endless amount of destructive power. It was a destructive force. It was as if it could collapse the universe. This mystique was called destruction of all worlds. It was the sublimation of the great art of destruction, one of the 3,000 Great Das. It was an ultimate technique that he had obtained. Bang! Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist collided with Ling Zi's World Extermination. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist had broken Ling Zi's world-destroying divine ability. Ling Zi was sent flying by Lin Feng. Poof! What was unbelievable was that Ling Feng's punch had actually caused him to vomit blood. Shocking. His expression changed. It was unbelievable. Everyone's expression was as if they had seen a ghost. A powerhouse who might soon enter the sovereign realm had actually been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a young human cultivator. It was too terrifying. It was too unbelievable. He's really strong. This person is too heaven-defying. I've never seen such a heaven-defying character. Yeah, I've never seen such a heaven-defying character either. If this person continues to grow, how terrifying will he become? It's simply unimaginable. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed one after another. Everyone's heart was deeply shaken. At this moment, Lin Feng continued to attack Ling Zi. He wanted to get rid of Ling Zi. However, Ling Zi's body turned into a ball of demonic light. He quickly fled into the distance. Ling Zi. He was so scared by Lin Feng that he fled. Lin Feng frowned. He did not chase after him. Lin Feng naturally understood the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. Moreover, after performing the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, Lin Feng felt that his dermic powers were severely depleted. At this stage, only the Supreme Reincarnation Fist could hurt an expert like Ling Zi. The other divine abilities could not hurt an expert at Ling Zi's level at all. After Ling Zi escaped, Lin Feng descended from the sky. He once again regained his harmless expression. If they had not seen the previous battle, no one would have believed that Lin Feng was actually so terrifying as a young cultivator. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, 3 stone swords, demonic iron, all of them flew back into the mountain river ring. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for your help. Yang Lan hurriedly thanked Lin Feng. She looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng directly ignored Yang Lan. He looked at Yang Tianwen, who was being helped up by Yang Qian and the others. Now Yang Qian did not dare to face Lin Feng because he had mocked Lin Feng before. Now that he knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, he was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for helping our young family resolve this crisis. If we don't dare to forget your kindness, we will definitely be rewarded, Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng said indifferently, I want the thing that Ling Shuzi wants. Hearing that, Yang Tianwen's expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you are a smart person, you should know that you should hand that thing over to me at this time. Although Lin Feng spoke with a very gentle expression. However, how could Yang Tianwen not know? An expert like Lin Feng, if he could not get what he wanted, he did not know what crazy things he would do. Not to mention, Yang Tianwen also knew. Since that thing had already been exposed, it was impossible to keep it. Lin Feng did not want it. There would also be other forces coming to ask for it. If those who came to ask for it were all like Ling Shuzi, then the Yang family would still be on the path to death. All right, that thing. I will hand it over to Lin Gongzi, Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng nodded his head. Young master, please follow me, Yang Tianwen said. Lin Feng followed Yang Tianwen into a mysterious secret room deep within the Yang family residence. That thing. It was placed in this secret room. Lin Feng was also very curious about what that thing was. Young master, this is the treasure of our Yang family. Yang Tianwen took out a golden brocade. After seeing the golden brocade, Lin Feng could not help but be surprised. He did not expect the treasure of the Yang family. It was actually a golden brocade. Lin Feng held the golden brocade in his hand and looked at it. He realized that the golden brocade was filled with words, but those words were too ancient. Lin Feng did not recognize those words. What is written on it? Lin Feng asked. Yang Tianwen smiled bitterly. Our Yang family does not know either. What's so special about this brocade? Lin Feng asked curiously. He carefully studied the brocade. However, there were no clues. Lin Feng also did not know about this brocade. What could it be used for? Or did it hide some shocking secret? Rumor has it that this brocade is related to the Emperor brush. Through this brocade, we can find the Emperor brush, Yang Tianwen said. What? Could he use this piece of silk to find the legendary Emperor brush? Chapter 3455. The Emperor Brush. Lin Feng had naturally heard of it before. The human emperor held the Emperor Brush and wrote down the great Tao and human ethics to enlighten the people. Words were the medium to spread ideas. And the Emperor Brush, starting from the first human emperor, it was passed down from generation to generation. The Emperor Brush inherited the spirit and will of the human emperors. Therefore, the Emperor Brush was important to the entire human race. It was extremely important, and most importantly, it was rumored that the Emperor Brush was the first treasure in the history of the human race to surpass an immortal artifact. This was because the Emperor Brush, it collected the will of the 9 human emperors. It finally completed the breakthrough. Therefore, the power of the Emperor Brush was simply unimaginable. A brush. It wrote down thousands of scrolls of mountains and rivers. A brush. It wrote down eternity. A brush. It wrote down the vicissitudes of life. A brush. It wrote down the immortality of human Tao. A brush. It wrote down the rise and fall of the human race. The Emperor Brush. One of the greatest treasures of the human race. Whoever could obtain the Emperor Brush was equivalent to obtaining the approval of the 9 human emperors of the human race. It was equivalent to obtaining the sacred power of the 9 human emperors of the human race. One could even obtain the legacy of the 9 human emperors. This was the extraordinary part of the Emperor Brush. It was the witness of human Tao, the writer of human Tao. It was the Emperor Brush. A treasure like the Emperor Brush had already transcended the meaning of a treasure. To be precise, the Emperor Brush. It represented the legacy of human Tao. If the Emperor Brush was found, perhaps, one day, Lin Feng would become the new human emperor of the human race recognized by the 9 human emperors. This was a supreme honor. Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment to come. He was also looking forward to being able to control the Emperor Brush, to be able to become the new human emperor of the human race. It had been too many years since the human race had produced a human emperor to lead the human race forward. This brocade has been in your hands for so many years. Have you not discovered the secret of the brocade? Lin Feng looked at Yang Tianwan and asked. Yang Tianwan smiled bitterly and said, "What is the secret of this brocade? It is indeed too difficult to understand." Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, not everyone was qualified to search for the Emperor Brush. Therefore, those who were not qualified to search for the Emperor Brush would not have the opportunity to understand the secret of the brocade even if they obtained it. This was also the reason why the Yang family had not been able to understand the secret of the brocade for so long. Good. I will accept this brocade. As for that Ling Suzi, you don't have to worry. When the time comes, the news of me obtaining your Yang family's treasure will definitely spread. At that time, if Ling Suzi really wants to make a move, he will look for me and not your Yang clan. After saying that, Zhang Wuji said Lin Feng left the secret room. He planned to leave Xianming City and head to the Upper Tsang Mountains to cultivate the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng hoped that he could also find the Great Wish technique. If he could find the cultivation method of the Great Aspiration art, that would definitely be of great benefit to Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi, will we have a chance to meet again? Yang Lan was guarding outside. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Lin Feng. Yang Lan looked at Lin Feng affectionately. Lin Feng only needed to beckon with his finger. Yang Lan might offer herself to him. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested. He didn't like Yang Lan's personality. Lin Feng ignored Yang Lan and walked towards Yang Kuan. He started chatting with Yang Kuan. Everyone in the Yang family looked at Yang Kuan enviously. They didn't know how Yang Kuan got acquainted with an expert like Lin Feng. They wanted to be like Yang Kuan. That way, they would be able to form a relationship with Lin Feng. After chatting with Yang Kuan for a while, Lin Feng flew into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Yang Lan couldn't help but sigh. She had always been very confident in herself. However, Lin Feng didn't even have the mood to look at her. This made Yang Laner feel a great sense of defeat. When I first met him, I would have interacted more with him. Perhaps, I might have had a deeper relationship with him. But now, the more Yang Lan thought about it, the more depressed she felt. In the end, she sighed. Lin Feng quickly left Xianming City. A month later, he came to the famous Azure Mountain Range. This was a land of death. It was extremely dangerous and was surrounded by the destruction law. The power of the destruction law could destroy heaven and earth. It was so terrifying that it made people pale with fright. Apart from that, there were definitely terrifying creatures living in a land of death like the Azure Mountain Range. Those creatures had the strength to threaten the life of a great emperor. When Lin Feng arrived at the outer area of the Azure Mountain Range, he found many cultivators wandering around. Because of the Great Wish art, the Azure Mountain Range had become the focus of many cultivators after being immersed in it for countless years. A large number of cultivators gathered there. It was also because of the Great Wish art, which was a divine ability that had never existed since ancient times. To any cultivator, or any power, this was an extremely important matter. The effect it could have was immeasurable. Many major forces were still discussing the plan to enter the Azure Mountain Range. At this moment, Lin Feng continued walking towards the supreme Tsang Mountain Range. Look, someone is walking toward the inner part of the Azure Mountain Range. Some cultivators noticed Lin Feng walking toward the inner part of the Azure Mountain Range and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a human cultivator. And it's a human cultivator from that group. Is that kid going to die?" Many people looked at Lin Feng. They saw Lin Feng walking step by step toward the inner part of the Azure Mountain Range. Many people were discussing. They all felt that Lin Feng was simply going to die. What was the difference between entering a dangerous place like the Azure Mountain Range and courting death? Just as everyone was discussing the matter, Lin Feng entered the Azure Mountain Range. The Azure Mountain Range was a continuous chain of mountains. Soon, a creature from the Forbidden Zone appeared. This creature of the Forbidden Zone was actually a zombie. This zombie demon was surrounded by a terrifying baleful chi. Its body was as hard as the most powerful Dharma treasure, and its nails were half a meter long. The zombie's nails. This was the zombie's most powerful Dharma treasure. The zombie's sharp claws scratched toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the demon ancestor's sacred fist and punched the zombie. A powerful fist shadow condensed and blasted toward the zombie. The zombie was no match for Lin Feng's attack. It was sent flying by Lin Feng, but the zombie's physical body was strong and didn't suffer any injuries. Therefore, the zombie demon roared. It pounced toward Lin Feng again. Chapter 3456. Just nice to suppress you. Let me ask you about the situation here. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He used his palm as a sword. In the void, with a light stroke, whoosh, a dazzling light surged out. Then, a dazzling sword chi flew out in an instant. Then, it quickly slashed toward the zombie. Clang. The sword energy collided with the zombie's claws, making a clanging sound. Lin Feng's sword energy directly shook the zombie back. However, the zombie's body was too hard. Therefore, it took such a heavy blow. The zombie didn't suffer any damage. Lin Feng stepped forward, opened his big hand, and directly suppressed the zombie. Dense runes appeared. They pressed down on the corpse demon. Every rune was surrounded by terrifying power. The runes pressed down on the corpse charm, suppressing it in place. Roar. The zombie demon let out an angry roar. It struggled hard, but it couldn't break free. Lin Feng walked toward the zombie, put his right hand directly on the zombie's head, and then began to search the zombie's soul. The zombie struggled violently, but after struggling for a while, it couldn't break free from Lin Feng's soul-searching technique. Lin Feng saw the zombie's memory. His memory was very complicated. Endless scenes appeared before his eyes. Lin Feng found some content he wanted to see from these images. For example, Lin Feng knew some terrifying existences in the Heavenly Mountain Range. In the deepest part of the Heavenly Mountain Range, there seemed to be several unimaginably terrifying existences sleeping. Back then, a terrifying existence that had been sleeping in the depths of the Azure Mountain Range had awakened. When that terrifying existence awoke, something terrible happened. The entire Heavenly Mountain Range was shrouded in an extremely terrifying aura. Some creatures in the Heavenly Mountain Range even died. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the battle strength of the terrifying existence was to cause such pressure. Therefore, the Azure Mountain Range was an extremely dangerous place. When entering the Azure Mountain Range, one had to pray that the sleeping creatures inside would not wake up. Of course, so many years had passed. The existence in the Heavenly Mountain Range never woke up again. Perhaps those existences would not awaken often, which was something worth celebrating. After Lin Feng found the answer he was looking for, he quickly flew into the depths of the forest. The place Lin Feng was going to was called Dragon Soul Valley. It was an extremely terrifying place in the Azure Mountain Range. Not only did that place contain the laws of destruction that could obliterate the heavens and the earth, it was said to contain extremely violent dragon origin energy. This kind of dragon origin energy, it was said that it was left behind after the fall of the giant dragon. It was said that the dragon that fell in the Dragon Soul Valley was an extremely powerful divine dragon, because their deaths were too tragic. Therefore, after his death, his body turned into the Dragon Soul Valley. The zombie had been to that place before, but it was too dangerous. Shirmei hurriedly left that place. And that place, this was the place Lin Feng was looking for. Lin Feng had already entered several terrifying places of death. Therefore, Lin Feng had a lot of experience in entering those places of death. He knew how to restrain his aura in those places of death to avoid those terrifying creatures. Of course, it was very difficult to pass through those places of death. Lin Feng was also in danger in those places of death. He was targeted by a terrifying creature. That terrifying creature lingered in the darkness. After several battles, Lin Feng was almost killed by that terrifying creature. Fortunately, the mysterious iron box played a key role at this time. The mysterious iron box scared off that terrifying creature, and Lin Feng was lucky enough to escape in the end. If it wasn't for the mysterious iron box, Lin Feng knew that he would definitely die. Along the way, he saw some powerful cultivators join forces and enter the Azure Mountain Range. Have they finally come in to look for the Great Wish Art? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew. Those experts should have come in to look for the Great Wish Art. Many powers had already spied on the Great Wish Art to the point of madness. This was because those major powers were fully aware of how powerful the Great Wish Art was. If they could cultivate it successfully, it would be very useful to them. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed that a dangerous qi was approaching him quickly. No, it's not targeting me. It's targeting those experts from the major forces. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. A terrifying creature from the Forbidden Zone was rapidly approaching. Lin Feng hurriedly left that area. There was more than one creature from the Forbidden Zone rushing over from afar, and it was extremely terrifying. Those great emperors were powerful. However, it was unrealistic to completely escape from the attacks of the creatures from the Forbidden Zones. When that happened, there would definitely be casualties. 5 days later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the Dragon Soul Valley after experiencing several life and death crises. Inside the Dragon Soul Valley, everywhere was steaming dragon qi and destructive energy. Vaguely, Lin Feng even felt that he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. When he heard the dragon's roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that the dragon origin power in the Dragon Soul Valley had already developed spirituality? It could actually let out a dragon's roar. It was really unbelievable, and it was extremely shocking. Lin Feng wandered around the Dragon Soul Valley for a while. He squatted down and deduced with the innate 8 trigrams. Then he revealed a look of contemplation. Dangerous place. Dead place. It's actually so dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh slightly. Inside the Dragon Soul Valley, it was definitely a dangerous place. It was so terrifying that one couldn't help but be shocked. But such a place. It was the place where Lin Feng cultivated the 8-9 mysterious art. No matter how dangerous it was, Lin Feng had to take the risk and enter. He walked towards the interior of the Dragon Soul Valley. When he entered the interior of the Dragon Soul Valley, a terrifying power swept towards Lin Feng. That power was a special power formed by the fusion of the power of destruction and dragon origin power. That kind of power was incomparably terrifying. It swept across Lin Feng's body. Puff. Lin Feng's body was actually torn apart in an instant, dripping with blood. What a terrifying power. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. One had to know that Lin Feng's body was now equivalent to the body of an Imperial Emperor cultivator, but he was still unable to withstand the attack of that energy just now. From this, it could be seen. Just how terrifying was that energy? More and more terrifying energy surged towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Those energies seemed to have their own spiritual consciousness. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the 8-9 mysterious art. When those terrifying energies surged over, Chapter 3457. One had to admit that Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was too overbearing. It devoured all energy. As the terrifying energy was devoured by the 8-9 arcane art, the terrifying energy was quickly refined by the 8-9 arcane art. Waves of powerful fluctuations surged out. That powerful fluctuation was enough to cause one's expression to change. As more and more terrifying energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's body was adapting to the terrifying energy. Time passed. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was steadily improving. Of course, it was not easy to make a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art. It required Lin Feng to be patient. Moreover, he had to endure all kinds of terrifying torture. Only in the end could he complete the breakthrough. Ah! Lin Feng could not help but roar. At this moment, Lin Feng came to the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. He suffered a calamity here, and his body was almost completely torn to pieces. At the critical moment, Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immortal divine body and luckily saved his life. Fortunately, Lin Feng withstood this wave of attacks. The energy in the central region, after the fusion of the dragon essence and the power of destruction, was more terrifying than the energy in the outer region. In fact, Lin Feng had already thought of this situation and was mentally prepared. It had always been extremely difficult to make a breakthrough in the 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng had been cultivating the 8-9 arcane art for many years. Therefore, he knew the 8-9 arcane art very well. The 8-9 arcane art was heaven-defying, but it was also very deadly. At that moment, Lin Feng could only practice the 8-9 mysteries, but he couldn't use it. In the future, perhaps he could find a way to resolve the 8-9 arcane art's consumption of vitality. At that time, the 8-9 arcane art would become one of the methods Lin Feng relied on the most. Lin Feng crazily operated the 8-9 arcane art to absorb the terrifying energy. A large amount of energy poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was steadily improving. Lin Feng knew he had found the right place. Although this place was dangerous, it could indeed make a breakthrough in his 8-9 arcane art. Lin Feng cultivated in the outer region for a day, but in the central region, he cultivated for 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Feng found that his body had a strong immunity to the terrifying energy in the central region. Lin Feng's physical body was also becoming stronger under the pressure of that terrifying strength. So, in this cycle of destruction and constant recovery, Lin Feng's physical body had become much stronger. When Lin Feng's body was strong to a certain extent, he would be immune to the terrifying energy. At that moment, the 8-9 mysterious arts seemed to be affected by Lin Feng's physical body. It was immune to that kind of strength. Therefore, at this time needed to absorb the energy to absorb. At this time, Lin Feng had to go to a deeper position. Lin Feng continued walking deeper and deeper. When Lin Feng arrived in the depths of the palace, his physical body was attacked again. But this time, Lin Feng was already prepared. He used his immortal divine body to resolve the great damage to his body in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. Then, Lin Feng continued to devour the powerful energy that was the fusion of dragon origin power and destruction power in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley. Time flew by. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art had finally reached the point where it was about to transform. Waves of terrifying fluctuations surged out of Lin Feng's body. The fluctuations were so terrifying that it was suffocating. Lin Feng's 8-9 arcane art was operating at an unprecedented speed. When the 8-9 arcane art was operating, Lin Feng felt the immortal power and sovereign power in his body begin to operate quickly. The immortal power and sovereign power were the two powers contained in Lin Feng's immortal bloodline and sovereign bloodline respectively. The operation of the 8-9 arcane art actually took the initiative to drive the two bloodline powers to operate, which surprised Lin Feng. Right at this moment, a blurry world appeared on Lin Feng's left. In that world, several blurry figures appeared. They were the ancestors of Lin Feng's father's bloodline. They were all people who had stunned the ages. Lin Qi, Lin Xiaobai, Lin Beitian. There were also a few others that Lin Feng didn't recognize. This bloodline began with Lin Qi. It seemed that a few top experts had appeared in the past. Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian, was among them. This was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Beitian's strength was. Another illusory world appeared on his right. The figures that appeared in that illusory world were the experts of the sovereign bloodline. The ancestors of the sovereign bloodline were incomparably powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the greatest and noblest bloodline of this era. The strength of this clan was something that no other clan or power could compare to. However, unfortunately, the sovereign bloodline had declined. Of course, Lin Feng's rise. It also meant that the sovereign bloodline would rise again. This was because half of Lin Feng's bloodline flowed in his body. It came from his mother's bloodline. The ancestors of the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline appeared at the same time. They all looked at Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with endless anticipation. These ancestors, they seemed to be waiting for Lin Feng to fully mature. But right at this moment, something strange had happened. A third illusory world appeared behind Lin Feng. This third illusory world was a misty and mysterious world. It was like a mysterious world surrounded by the power of chaos. This mysterious world emitted a suffocating and terrifying aura. This mysterious world seemed to be filled with endless secrets. It seemed to be filled with the most mysterious secrets of all the worlds in the universe. That world, immortal, ancient, powerful. What's up with the third world? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The first two worlds represented the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. What did the third world represent? Lin Feng racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the 8-9 Mysteries art sped up again. The 8-9 Mysteries art seemed to be completing its final transformation. Thus, Lin Feng withdrew his mind and didn't continue to think about what happened before. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. Then, the 8-9 Mysteries art broke through the barrier and directly broke through from the third level to the fourth level. This made Lin Feng happy. Just as Lin Feng broke through, a mountain in the depths of the Dragon Soul Valley suddenly collapsed. A huge cave was revealed. Then, a low voice came from the cave. Someone actually dares to enter the Dragon Soul Valley. Is he here to die? Along with the low voice, Li Tianlan's voice fell. An incomparably terrifying devouring power was emitted from the cave. That devouring power enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to suck Lin Feng into the cave. Chapter 3458. Not good. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. Something happened inside the Dragon Soul Valley. It must be full of danger. He had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the situation would be extremely dangerous. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. He increased his speed to the extreme and then rushed out of the Dragon Soul Valley. However, what made Lin Feng depressed was that he was enveloped by the powerful devouring force. His body flew uncontrollably toward the deepest cave in the Dragon Soul Valley. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his supreme aura. He wanted to use his supreme aura to resist the devouring force emitted from the depths of the cave in the Dragon Soul Valley. But unfortunately, Lin Feng failed in the end. Even the Supreme Being's domineering aura was destroyed by the terrifying devouring power. This made Lin Feng reveal a feeling of horror. What exactly was it that emitted such a terrifying aura? It was actually so tyrannical? It made one's hair stand on end. In the end, Lin Feng was swallowed by the cave. The cave was extremely dark, and it was very deep. The cave emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Lin Feng was sucked into the deepest part of the cave. There was a huge mountain here. The devouring power disappeared into the belly of the mountain. Then, plop, Lin Feng fell to the ground. He was dizzy from the fall. Lin Feng couldn't help but get up from the ground gloomily. Just as he got up, Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura enveloping his body. In the darkness, there was a pair of cold eyes staring coldly at Lin Feng. When he saw that pair of cold eyes, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of a horrified expression. What kind of eyes were that? Take a look. It made people feel as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. That pair of eyes, like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Terrifying, terrifying, awe-inspiring. People couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the owner of those eyes with a serious expression. It should be this terrifying existence that had sucked him into the belly of the mountain. Lin Feng's mind was full of thoughts as he tried to think of a way to escape. The terrifying existence sneered. I haven't even asked you a question yet, and you're asking me a question first. You've got guts, Lin Feng said. If you're a coward, you wouldn't dare to come in. That terrifying existence said, I didn't expect you to have such guts. I'm very surprised. I've seen many people with extraordinary cultivation. Once they're trapped here, they'll change their appearance. You're different from those people, said Lin Feng. People are different, of course. In this world, there are no two people who are exactly the same. The terrifying existence asked, countless cultivators who were sucked into this place have died at my hands. Many of them are much stronger than you. Aren't you worried about dying at my hands? Lin Feng replied indifferently, Why should I be worried? Because I know. I definitely won't die here. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the terrifying existence sneered. You're quite confident. However, I'm afraid you've guessed wrong today. You'll definitely die here today. No one in this world can save you." As soon as its voice faded, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out. A huge claw stretched out from the darkness. Then, it grabbed at Lin Feng. The huge claw emitted a sinister and terrifying aura. It was like the claw of an evil dragon that had lived in hell for billions of years. Dragon claw. When Lin Feng saw the claw, he was very shocked. Because before this, from the memories of the zombie, he knew that a powerful divine dragon had fallen in the Dragon Soul Valley. Now, the existence that attacked him seemed to be a divine dragon. Was this existence related to the legendary giant dragon that had fallen in the Dragon Soul Valley? Or was there some special connection? Lin Feng was very curious about this. Of course, Lin Feng was also aware of one thing. Such a terrifying existence. It would definitely not be easy to deal with it. Although Lin Feng said that he would not die here, he was actually quite nervous. Buzz. Lin Feng activated the weapon mantra. The 3 stone swords quickly flew out and slashed at the dragon claw that was coming at them. 3 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He originally thought that the 3 stone swords could at most block a few rounds of attacks from this terrifying existence. But who would have thought? The first attack of the 3 stone swords actually injured this terrifying existence, which made Lin Feng very puzzled. Such a terrifying aura should not be so weak. But it was an indisputable fact that this terrifying existence was injured. Stone sword. You actually have the stone sword. The terrifying existence could not help but cry out in horror. There was a hint of trembling in his voice. Lin Feng was very shocked. It seemed that this terrifying existence was afraid of the stone sword. The power of the stone sword was indeed incomparably powerful. But the key was that this existence was too terrifying. He should not be so afraid of the stone sword. Could it be? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He remembered. The stone sword was the most harmful to those living beings who had crossed eras. If Lin Feng activated the stone sword, he could kill this era's Emperor Realm expert. Then, if Lin Feng controlled the stone sword, he might be able to kill those emperors and holy emperors among the living beings who had crossed eras. The damage caused by the stone sword to living beings who had crossed eras was far greater than the damage caused by other living beings. Lin Feng did not know the exact reason. Therefore, Lin Feng saw the terrifying existence's terrified voice when facing the stone sword. He thought of that possibility. This terrifying existence should be a living being who had crossed eras. Only this could explain why this existence was so severely injured by the stone sword. Since it was a living being who had crossed eras, there was no need for him to be so afraid of this living being. The 3 stone swords floated beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked towards the depths step by step. He wanted to see the appearance of this terrifying existence. When Lin Feng approached the existence, he finally saw the appearance of the existence clearly. It was indeed a huge dragon, but it was a black dragon. This made Lin Feng feel extremely surprised. The black dragon in front of him was exactly the same size as the Eastern Divine Dragon. However, the Eastern Divine Dragon's dragon scales were purplish gold. The dragon scales of this dragon were black. This was the biggest difference. This dragon was very similar to the weapon spirit of Lin Feng's black dragon sword. You are a living being who has crossed eras? Chapter 3459. Since you know, you still have to ask? The black dragon glared at Lin Feng fiercely. However, the black dragon no longer dared to attack Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had 3 stone swords in his hands. The suppression of the 3 stone swords was too great. If he rashly attacked Lin Feng, even if his cultivation level was far higher than Lin Feng's, he would still be killed. Lin Feng might even kill him. Of course, the most likely outcome would be a lose-lose situation. This was not something the black dragon wanted to see. However, the black dragon was intimidated by Lin Feng, a young cultivator with a low cultivation level. This made the black dragon very angry. Therefore, when he faced Lin Feng, his tone was extremely bad. Lin Feng naturally knew what the black dragon was thinking. Therefore, he did not care about the black dragon's attitude. He was now wondering if he could get some benefits from the black dragon. This guy was so powerful. He must have many extraordinary and unimaginable abilities. He might even have divine abilities so powerful that others would drool. Perhaps he could use some methods to obtain these powerful divine abilities from the black dragon. What kind of state are you in? I feel like there's something wrong with your body. Lin Feng looked at the black dragon and could not help but ask. This was something he was extremely curious about. Although the black dragon had transcended epics, his combat strength was not as strong as he had imagined. The black dragon said, "In your opinion, what does transcending epics mean?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had not expected the black dragon to ask him such a strange question. Lin Feng said, "Transcending epochs. Naturally, it means living to the next epoch. Moreover, one can obtain an extremely long lifespan." The black dragon said, "Have you ever heard of the law of conservation?" Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, he pondered over the black dragon's words. The black dragon continued, "The law of conservation tells us that the more we gain, the more we lose. Living beings who transcend epochs obtain new life, and their lifespans are extremely long. Therefore, they will definitely suffer losses in other aspects." Lin Feng was speechless, because this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It was no wonder that this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a thing. Although Lin Feng had seen living beings that had transcended epochs, he had never seen them before. However, he had never had a serious conversation with the black dragon. Lin Feng thought of the black fog creature from before. He used to be so powerful. Especially at the beginning of the new era, the strength of the black fog creatures was simply indescribable. But as the era gradually passed, one era after another passed, the strength of the creatures in the black mist continued to decline. In addition to the decline of their strength, their bodies seemed to have encountered some other problems. However, Lin Feng didn't know much about the other situations that the creatures in the black fog encountered. However, Lin Feng knew that those living beings in the black fog must have encountered a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said, "It seems that living beings that have transcended epochs will more or less encounter some trouble." Black Dragon nodded and said, "That's right. That's indeed the case." At the beginning of the new era, after absorbing the era's luck, one's cultivation will reach its peak in a relatively short period of time. Many people think that they are about to break through their shackles and reach an even greater peak. However, at that time, terrifying things will happen. All sorts of strange things, curses, and other things will happen to the living beings that have transcended epochs. Therefore, many living beings that have transcended epochs will experience a constant decline in their strength after reaching their peak. Moreover, they will encounter some terrifying things. Black Dragon's eyes revealed an extremely terrified expression when he said this. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Black Dragon was so terrified. What did that mean? Lin Feng thought of a possibility and said, "It seems that you are actually hiding in this place to avoid some danger that you have sensed." Black Dragon said, "That's right. You guessed correctly." Lin Feng asked, "What are you hiding from?" Black Dragon said, "I can't say. I don't dare say. Everything has its own premonition. If I tell you, it won't end well for me. You shouldn't be asking about this. Do you think that with your cultivation, you will be able to continue living smoothly after knowing all this?" Lin Feng fell silent. It was indeed as Black Dragon had said. This matter was filled with mysteries and unknown dangers. Therefore, it was better not to know some things. Black Dragon continued, "There are still some living beings like me who are struggling at death's door and trying their best to survive until the end of an epoch. That way, we will have a chance to be reborn. At that time, we will once again obtain the power of a new epoch, gain new lifespan, and become stronger once more." Lin Feng sneered and said, "So, the living beings that have transcended epochs are one of the driving forces behind the great wars that have engulfed the universe? They want the epoch to end as soon as possible. Only then will they have a chance to be reborn." "That's right. However, don't think that there is anything wrong with this. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. This is a principle that everyone understands," Black Dragon said. Lin Feng frowned, but he did not refute Black Dragon's words even though he did not want to admit it. However, he had to admit that Black Dragon's words were correct. Every man for himself. The devil takes the hindmost. Humanity. That was it. This was especially true in a place like the world of cultivators. Cultivators were even more selfish than cultivators. They only had themselves in their hearts. How could there be anyone else? Black Dragon continued. Although the living beings that have transcended epochs will encounter all sorts of troubles, there will always be some heaven-defying existences among them. Those existences are truly enviable. They can resolve all sorts of troubles and remain incomparably powerful even until the end of an epoch. Lin Feng had thought of this as well. Nothing was absolute. Accidents would always occur. For example, the calamities encountered by the living beings that have transcended epochs. However, there would always be some living beings that could view the calamities as a way to improve their cultivation. Moreover, those living beings that have transcended epochs were able to achieve this. The previous epoch, what kind of world was it? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. He only knew that this world had a boundless starry sky, beautiful mountains and rivers, 3,000 worlds, dazzling epics of history, legendary heroes that could make one weep and sing, beautiful fairies, and countless myths and legends. However, Lin Feng did not know what the previous epoch was like. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.